jokes were so awful, and he never changed them, and you never cared. But this is my favorite. Madonna's such a whore. Her pussy has a drawstring like a laundry bag. I should be in Florida. And even though it was a partial audience that was black, don't you hate black guys with tattoos? You're doing a great impression, though. I don't know. That sounds just like George. Hey, brother, look at my tattoo. Look at my tattoo. I can't see your tattoo. You should have done it in whiteout, you filthy circus ape. I walked out of the room on that one. There were black people in the audience. That's a filthy circus ape. That's a fucking shows. That was the Tommy for the record. The guy got stabbed there at Dangerfields in New York. Yeah, I always thought that was a urban legend. No, he told me about it. He told me his mouth to my ears. He told me his fucking son got stabbed. He told me one of the most fucked up I've ever been, and I only remember because there was COVID involved, and then he remembered. It makes you going, I shouldn't be able to drink this much. But it was me and Otto George. It was 2005 in Montreal, and it was me and Otto George and Dylan ran in a fucking hotel room at the Montreal Comedy Festival, and I thought, I'm gonna die. I'm definitely gonna die. Jesus, the other people are gonna die before me. Jesus. Fucking the funniest thing we made cigarettes. Waiting for more cocktails to be brought up to me. I was at the fucking gas station right next to the bathroom. I'm driving home. I never drive. I try to hang on, ladies and gentlemen. If you're ever near the Laugh Factory and you need gas, we're gonna stop and do a commercial break. Go to that. This fucking guy walks up to me and he's cracked out his head. Something wrong. He's asking a bunch of weird fucking questions. He's real speedy and he's smoking. And when I went to pump gas, someone had done some fucking sneaky trick where, you press like what gauge do you want, you press the button, you pull the thing out, they had left it already pulled back, being locked in place. So I slid out, it's spraying gas, so I let it go, and I undo the little thing that keeps it on, and then put this gas on, and then I started pumping gas in my car. This guy walks up with a cigarette, and he's got a cigarette just a few fucking feet from his gas on the ground. And if the guy decided to just throw his cigarette on the ground, you're literally depending upon the choices of a fucking moron to not have my car blow up, me die. I'm literally thinking right now, I might have to sprint out of this position because if you ever see what happens, you only get those they say that you shouldn't even have a cell phone out. And so there's potential for a cell phone to have a spark, and that spark ignites the fuse. That fuse ignites the gas, and people die like that. It's very rare. It's one of those, the right amount of humidity in the air, the right amount of static electricity, weird shit can happen. This fucking guy's just standing there with a cigarette, and he goes, hey, it's nice to meet you, man. Where'd you get it? I got it from a car store. And the fucking loudspeakers going, sir, will you step away from the pumps? You cannot be smoking a cigarette while you're saying the pumps. So this guy is angry now because they're suggesting that he shouldn't be near the pump. So then he holds his hand up over where the gas is. And he's getting a real touch and go. It's real touch and go. And I'm like, I am not going to fucking burn to death for some moron. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do. Like, what do I do? What do I jump out of the way? Or do I just charge this guy? Like, there's one of two things going to happen. Either I'm going to jump out of the way, and he's going to light this whole fucking place on fire, and I might get to the road. I might get to Laurel Canyon for the fucking gigantic explosion hits. All these fucking houses go up in flames, and that's what happens. One asshole, one stupid fucking asshole looking at me. I didn't finger you when you were 6. I don't have any idea what happened to you that got you in this position. Here you are, fucking one something, looking at me, and you're holding a cigarette
The gas leaks were in the ground because the guy in the fucking speaker booth is chosen to pick on you. It got real weird, man. It's weird how you said finger you when you were 6 because you were obviously doing a black guy. When you said black guy. Well, I thought it was a black guy. When you said finger you when you were 6, I thought you meant beating out of a item. That's racist. There's something wrong with this dude. There's probably a bunch of things wrong. I think there's probably drugs and there's probably something else.
What up, baby? How you living? Hope you living like a pigeon.
Because when he was talking to me, it was just like there's a weird.
Hi.
Like
I'm gonna say hi to you. I never say hi to anyone. You're special. Hi, guy.
Get out of here. I have irrational fears of things blowing up, including balloons. I left the Perkins once because there was a girl doing balloon animals on a Sunday morning for kids, and just stuff popping and blowing up creeps me out. I can pass out. But it's just weird scams, so they just wake up to a fucking bunch of balloons and shit. The fucking gas tank blowing up. E-cigarettes is a fucking sponsor. I didn't quite turn down yet, but I told Chaley to research because I've read like 5 or 6 stories about people having e-cigarettes blow up and shatter their entire fucking teeth and jaw out. There's one that's a guy got paralyzed and blew his fucking spine sideways. You only have to read a couple of those stories where you go, no, I'll die of cancer. Before I one of the craziest ones I got for an ad. They want to do an Uber for babysitters. I'm like, bitch, are you in your fucking mind? You think you're gonna just have like that? You're like, oh, dude, someone watch my loved one. Someone watch my child. You can't even tell me what happened to her. Come on over, stranger. Why, some driver and babysits like an animal. Yes, the babysitter really clearly knows it has nothing to do with Uber. This is like the concept that Uber uses. I need a driver to take me somewhere right now, right? Okay, I need a babysitter to watch my kid right now. Get the fuck out of here. Well, you gotta be out of your mind, man. They started describing it to me. I go, no, I'm not gonna be a part of your shitty decision making. Like, even if it works out 1,000 times, how old is it doesn't 7. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Coaches. Like, you're driving home. Like, you go to somebody at a comedy store and you put into that gas station. You're like, okay, I just stayed life until that moment. You did not think your life was going to be in peril that night. True. You were just suddenly in that moment, just trying to get some gas. Yeah, that's the random beat of life, man. It's like, that's what I do all the time. I drive an hour and 45 minutes from Bisbee to the airport, and every car that comes past me the other way, I wait in case they're drunk or they're going to swerve into me. That's called being intelligent. I'm not afraid of death. I just want to avoid it. I just don't want to die because an asshole is doing fucking trucker math. Yes, I start beating off all over his fucking steering wheel. They can't hold on to the thing when he hits a possum, and his thing's all slippery like lube, and he fucking goes flying into your lane and hits your 2013 Suburban and turns you to handle all the time until I'm drinking, and then I don't give a fuck. Exactly, but that's why drinking's beautiful. That's what drinking does. Is it limits inhibitions, it blows them away. It takes them away. It brings you to a place where you don't care anymore. You're like, I can't enjoy this moment. There's some fucking magic shit in them. The whole key to whether it's drinking or smoking weed or doing mushrooms or doing nothing or exercising is like this harmonious balance. There's a path. Yes. You tweeted this guy. It's from your point. Is this shit that strippers must have around edge? Alcohol. Hang on, this is from Brian's book. Alcohol cannot cure everything. If you remove the problems that it can cure, then the path is clear. That's beautiful. Thank you. Pass that check. Yeah, it's Magic Representative Adventure, my novel. That's available on Amazon. That's true. It's true. I have a distrust for people that can't drink. Yes, I'm not saying that drinking is the end all be all, but it's also an option. And as soon as it's not an option for people, there's two reasons why it's not an option. It's either genetic, which I completely understand. Because I know people that just fucking have that wacky gene. They just have, they turn into a shark eyed fucking. I dated a girl once at the fucking union, by the way. At the union. She was so nice. I met her. She was so sweet. She was from out of town. She was like, she didn't have anything to do with show business. She was completely normal. We went out one night, we had a nice dinner together. I'm like, wow, I think this girl's gonna be my girlfriend. I was like convinced. I was like, she's really cool. Like, she's friendly and she's nice to waiters. It's all the things that I like. She's kind. The next day, I go because there's a comedy show. Maybe next day I see her. Whenever I see her again, and she's fucking hammered before I get there. And she's shark eyed. She's gone. And she breaks the glass like this. And just like, and she just starts shitting on something. I'm like, can we fuck really quick and then I'm gonna dry off? She might as well have been a small, hairy, sweaty dude with shit smeared over everything. One of those fucking things that those old plaster guys do. Paper. She might have been covered in shit. She might as well have been hickory. The whole thing, there's no way. I was gone. Like my survival instincts were like slamming on the brakes. I was like, what the fuck, dude? You came that close to this being your girlfriend. She's breaking glasses and looking at you like a fucking zombie. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I went from one to the other. One to like, wow, like a friendly, nice person that'll make me like feel really good when I'm around her and have some fun together. Next time, shatter, fucking, I'm thinking of stabbing valets in the neck with a beer bottle, and falling face first and shit bigger teeth on the curb. I spent 3 years in one of those. I know, it's right by it's no fiction. But at her best, she was good. Joey used to freeze. She was beautiful. Yeah, she was an awesome person. That's the most magical thing about people. The idea, like, this is why I hate when people start to shame people, attack people on Twitter, go after people. Because you cannot be defined by moments. You're defined by the combination of your life's experiences and your interactions. And as soon as you find someone who's trying to, like, just label someone or lock someone into one particular moment, and you're finding someone who's just trying to avoid all the flaws they have in their stuff. It's perfect. And the idea that you can lock a quote down, Doug Stanhope said that he thinks that fucking, whatever, this guy should get AIDS because his jokes suck. Like, if you, I was trying to describe Chad Shank, a friend I'm staying with while I'm in town, and everything about him sounds Chad Shank. He used to do this not bad things, and can't leave the house because he's afraid he might hurt someone really bad. Yeah, you were telling me the other day. Yeah, he's the most beautiful human being in the world, but to try to explain him based on his own biography, exactly. It's fucking fantastic. There's a lot of people like that. Yeah. So there's a lot of people like that. So he's going to be he understands his own insanity and learns how to work around it. And there's these flashes of awesomeness that come out of people like that. There's flashes of awesomeness that come out of unconventional people that, for whatever reason, the pressure came from a different direction and created some fucking weird kind of like personality diamond. And that's Diaz. Diaz is the epitome of some weird personality diamond. And I'm not even just talking Joey. Like Nick Diaz and Nate Diaz, the MMA fighters from the UFC. Diaz. There's a lot of Diaz and Spanish people. Diaz brothers. Scarface. Fuck you. Fuck Diaz brothers. We just read Joey Diaz's fucking rap sheet ego. That's not a good rap sheet. It's not that expensive. He got away with a lot more, really, than he got in trouble. The point is, if you explain all the things that Joey Diaz had done wrong, you never appreciate Joey Diaz.
Exactly. Like if people in my community, okay, I live in a nice community of white people with bands. People in my community, they said, what kind of people do you associate with? Well, one of my best friends went to jail for armed kidnapping. It was the guy that had coke, and he wanted to get the coke from the guy, so he tied him up and he threatened him with a machine gun. But he's pretty awesome.
So that's all fucking Krista. What's her last name? Like Krista. I'm standing at this guy's house. I'm like, this she just got out of prison. It's a girl that went to prison for 2 years because she had fucking a lot of weed in her car and got busted in like a weird county in Illinois. You know those documentaries where they thrive on busting people. Like, hey, do you mind if I bring my ex-felon from? Yeah. Is it okay? I know I'm staying at your house. It's exactly. Can you vouch for this girl or this Joey Diaz character? Exactly. And the thing is, like, at least Joey Diaz has, well, they both have short of talents, but Joey Diaz has a very marketable talent. Like, he goes on stage and kills, and you forgive him for everything. When Joey Diaz goes on stage and crushes, you go, I don't care what he did. I don't care what he did. Come on over. Come hang out at my house. Come on, let's party. But that is the reason why, like, in the late 90s, I brought an extra opener. It was only because of Joey. It's because I just realized. That's what started that conversation. It was Joey Diaz. One time, the Lakeshore Theater.
Oh, yeah.
I booked him the headline, and you just at the last minute, hours before, he calls up the booker and says, "I can't make it. I got some shit going on." He's like, "Well, you're going on in a few hours." He goes, "Shit happens."
My favorite Joey Diaz story is I'm in Jersey. I'm working at Rascals. And this is before I decided to start bringing the second opening act, and this is the reason why. First night, he just doesn't show up. He says he didn't know. I didn't know the guy. Didn't talk to me. I wasn't sure if it was real. And then the next night, so they had to get some local guy. Local guy shows up. Like, literally, the show starts 40 minutes late. The whole thing's a disaster. Local guy does well. We salvage the show, right? Second night, an hour before the show, I finally get Joe. He had a pager back then. He lost that pager.
That was 2 years ago.
The second night, he called. I get him on the phone, and he goes, "I'm not gonna lie to you, dog. I never left Vegas." It's a fucking hour before the show, and he wasn't even in New Jersey. That's brilliant. And I had to make a decision. I'm like, well, I'm definitely not going to not work with him. So I need to get another opening act. I need to give him some more money.
The problem with so many comics, and I'd say 90% of my friends, is they're great comics when they're there and they're on.
Yeah.
But they're fuck-ups. We tried to do that tour, the Unbookables, like 10 years ago or something.
Yeah. That's a point.
But the point is, they're all funny, but they're fuck-ups. Oh, I'm 41 years old, and how do you rent a car?
Yeah.
I can't help you. This is so fun.
Yeah. Well, you can't like completely hold their hand and take them to the dance. But once they're at the dance, you can tell them where the good music is.
Unless after the dance, they start biting people.
Yeah, see, there's all sorts of levels of fucked up. And you gotta find out, like, you and I both have a functional level of fucked up. Like, one of the things that you and I think we like, very early on, I think we both realized we're fucked up in very different ways, but we're both nice guys. We're functional, and we're both nice guys. Like, that's one of the things, like, when we worked in the man shop, we're nice guys.
A lot of people forget that's the most important part.
It's one of the most important things.
You see fucking guys that you thought, didn't you retire when I started comedy? Well, they're still working there because they're nice guys and they're friends with the owner, even though they suck.
Yeah.
Nice guy actually gets you further than it should get you.
Well, it's also there's that, but it's the right thing to do. Because I think you and I both remember when we were scared when we first started. And, like, I know that you are really good with young up-and-coming acts. You're the reason I found out about Brendan Walsh, who I think is hilarious, because I saw you with him in L.A., and that's how I found out about him. And that's like, to me, there's certain people, like if Joey says this guy's funny, he's funny. You know, if Ari says someone's funny, they're funny. If you say someone's, like if you're taking Brendan Walsh on the road with you, I'm like, well, Brendan Walsh obviously must be, he's in the group. You know what I mean? He's in the network. He's in
A lot of guys think because they're funny, you taking them under their wing is all they ever have to do. And you go, all right, you haven't written a joke in 4 years.
That's a problem.
Get a fucking.
I've had a few of those guys. I had to cut them loose. But then there's guys like Ari that Ari is, out of all the guys I ever took on the road with me, he listened more than any of them. He would you would say something to him, instead of him getting upset and saying like, yeah, but I could have done this, he would go, oh yeah. Like he's one of the only guys, like Duncan kind of too, but Joey and I had a very different relationship. My relationship with Joey has always been praise and love and friendship, and both ways. Like and he's just always been so funny. Like ever since he figured it out, I can't tell him what to do. You know, I just love him and give him hugs. You know, and he's kind of the same way with me. But Ari, like when I met Ari, he was the door guy at the store.
Yo, what up, Anatoly? How you doing,
and
baby?
giving him money to do gigs. Like the first time I took him was, I think the first gig he ever did with me was the Comedy Works in Denver. And Mike Young used to go on the road with me, and I called Mike Young. It's back like the early days. I had a flip phone, and I called Mike Young. I go, Mike Young. I go, because Mike Young had to cancel for a wedding or something, you know. And I called him. I go, Mike Young, you fucked up. I go, listen to Ari Shaffir Killing. And then I held the phone out to the fucking audience. I go, you fucked up, son. And I shut the and I told Ari about it. He was fucking crying. But Mike Young was always there. He was the only reason why he was there was because Joey couldn't come to Denver because he had a restraining order.
Oh yeah, Joey and his fucking.
He had a restraining order with the club. He literally could not go in the club. He wasn't legally allowed to go in the club. He also wasn't legally allowed.
State.
No, that was Seattle. I couldn't take him to Seattle. I had to bring new guys to Seattle because he had some fucking domestic violence charge. Or
the kidnapping happened in.
Yes, but it wasn't domestic violence in Seattle. It was like something happened. No, it wasn't domestic violence. It was some form of violence in Seattle that was unrelated to his machine gun kidnapping, a drug dealer. So I had to fucking take totally different crew. I had a Seattle crew, which consisted of Duncan and Ari. That's how Duncan got in the mix. Seattle and Joey Diaz. Duncan's the best. Yes, he's great. He drives a Mercedes now. Oh. He's got some crazy AMG.
I was gonna say some shit, but I go, I'll ask you off the air about another thing.
Oh. Have you ever had to like read the riot act to any support act? Like, have you ever had to sort of discipline someone?
No, in what way?
I don't like tell some.
Don't fucking do that again in front of me.
I know me like sort of like saying,
ladies
hey, you've been late 3 nights in a row.
No.
Here's Brian likes to find the worst thing when we're in a green room at an improv and a waitress comes back to bring us drinks pre-show.
Who is the worst comic you've ever had?
That's the same thing I always ask.
Yeah, there you go.
I always ask the guy who has to drive you to the radio.
Yeah.
The guy who drives you in the morning. I always say, who's the biggest dick?
Yeah.
Richard Jenney came up a lot.
Really?
Even though, like I said, I was a huge Richard Jenney
at the
fan.
same time, who comes up the first?
Who? Eddie Griffin. Yeah, well, he's crazy. But again, Eddie Griffin, you go back to Eddie Griffin on, what was the fucking HBO? Def Comedy Jam. Eddie Griffin on Def Comedy Jam, he had shorts on and crushed. He crushed to the point where I remember watching him. He was on HBO when I was like barely an opening act. Maybe like some sort of a half-assed Fugazi middle act, right? And I watched him on HBO and he fucking destroyed. And I remember being so sad, thinking I will never be as good as this guy. I don't have it in me. There's nothing. He was bouncing around on stage and he had like power and expression. He was skinny and wiry, like some kind of fucking Jiminy Cricket character hopping on stage. He had so much fucking performance. like talent in him. I remember thinking, man, I will never be as funny as Eddie Griffin. I'll never forget that.
When I did Opie and I did O&A when they were O&A and Dice came in. So we were scheduled at the same time, and Dice came in and immediately lit up a cigarette, and Opie goes, shit, Dice is gonna smoke in the studio. Like I can't tell you no. And there's no personalities like that anymore in comedy. The Kinnisons, the Dices. There's no, I'm overwhelming, I'm a rock and roll star. He was impossible to talk to. He was a complete character, which I love. But I'll tell you this.
The reason why you're not like that is because you're better than him.
Well, I know that.
But the same sensitivity to the moment that makes you become self-aware.
I'm not saying I'm
dare you say you're better than Hicks?
I said it on Rogan's podcast. I'm better than
Motherfucker, you and Ari, I'm gonna put you in a spaceship and shoot you right to the fucking sun.
I need some more hate mail, but the point is, tell me one thing, you, guy that hasn't said anything the whole night.
Jamie,
tell me one thing you know from Hicks's body of work that tells you anything personal about him. He had opinions.
He didn't have enough time. Here's the thing.
Date anyone?
Oh, man.
Where did he live? According to his fucking body of work, what was his day like? What did he ever fucking do that made him a human being? He had opinions. He could read a book and then make a dick joke in the middle of it and then make the point. Right. Yeah, I'm fucking better than Hicks. But I'm not as good as most comics working today, but I'm better than fucking Hicks.
How dare you?
Well, I didn't die at 32.
Well, he had a problem with cigarettes. You apparently don't have a problem with them.
I'm way better at cigarettes.
He was at a different age, and
I don't breathe through my pancreas.
Well, if you go back, you are rude, and you're killing my heroes. But if you go back to Lenny Bruce's day, like if you go to my house, I have Lenny Bruce posters. I have where I have a pool table in my house, and above my pool table, I have Lenny Bruce at the Fillmore. And then in my office where I write, I have this Lenny Bruce performance film poster. It's a movie poster.
Bill Hicks.
I fucking listen. I'm never gonna listen.
Bill Hicks winked at me in a giant poster in your house after I came out of the only time I ever did DMT. I swear to God, I came out of this thing going, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. And then I saw there's a Bill Hicks.
Bill Hicks was lighting a cigarette with the American flag.
Oh yeah,
it's in the pool room. That's in the pool room too.
Whatever room I was in when I get to go.
I worried about you that night. I thought I lost you because I got him here on DMT, and we went fucking. I think I gave him a way too big a dose because he was the first guy I've ever met that foamed at the mouth, like legitimately. He had bubbles. That's the poster I have in the pool room. That's the one where he winked at you. But you had bubbles coming out of the corner of your mouth, and you were moaning, and you were going, and I knew.
My first cognizant thought was, or memory is saying, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness.
Yeah. Well, that's what it'll do to you.
That wasn't the improv night, was it?
No. That was took it as weed.
All right,
No. That was a mistake. This is a smart move.
All right,
that was a mistake. The DMT was a smart move. We were doing the man show. We came over to my place to try to storm ideas and come up with some new sketches and then deal with the hand that we had been dealt. Because Stanhope and I were both we had this. I don't want to name any names, but there's a bunch of people that sold us an idea that we could go in and do something chaotic.
Executives.
Yes.
You don't have to name names. They don't have names. They're fucking
all they
people
wanted
no
to
one
do was
remembers.
get us attached. If we were attached, they knew they had some names and they could take that and they could resell it. So that's what they did. But then once we were working, once we were actually on the set, they had very different ideas as to what it would be versus what we had. And our ideas were based on the conversations that we had that made us agree to do it in the first place, whereas their ideas are based on the old shows. So there was a little manipulation, but that's just part of what the fuck happened. So we went back to my place this one night, and I don't remember whether we decided.
It was at the end of where this was the end of this show. We had to write these monologues or whatever.
Yeah, and we were already going through like such stupid shit. Like we had this game show called Make Me Hard. That's what it's supposed to be called. That's what Doug's original name before it was, because it was your idea.
Make Me Laugh was a game show that was where you get a contestant and there's 3 comedians. If you cannot laugh for however many minutes,
Tell him this. I have to piss. Tell him.
I was waiting for you to wrap up because I have to piss. Make Me Laugh was a game show where a contestant had to not laugh while 3 comedians fucked with them.
Okay.
So we were doing a spoof called Make Me Hard, where someone tried to not get a boner during 3 acts, and then we had a midget felating a banana, and then we had a lap dancer, very hot, that pulls her dick out at the end.
Oh,
I see. So, and then the guy sitting there in what we called a weenie box that measured whether or not he was getting erect. That was controlled, of course. Burp, burp, burp.
Sorry, forgive me. Is this the concept or what happened?
The concept happened, but at the last minute, the censor said, you can't say make me hard. Go with make me stiff.
What?
Yeah, it was like, wait. You're going to let a transvestite pull her cock out on stage, yes, but you have to just make sure you're employable enough. I got to make some change. Hard, that's too adult-oriented. Stiff, we'll go. You can do stiff. And at the last minute, all the fucking props people had to go make a new sign. It's fucking ridiculous.
well,
We're doing a new show.
They were crying. Like, no names, no genders.
Crying.
Joey Diaz was going to introduce us, okay? Joey Diaz was going to come out.
You tell us
He's going to be naked. He has Timberlands on and a fucking baseball hat on. He's got a New York Mets baseball hat on and fucking Timberlands. He comes out and he's like, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this party started. Welcome to the Man Show, motherfuckers. And they're going to beat this out. This is what they tell Doug and I. They say, we're going to let you swear. We'll beep it out. We'll show nudity. We'll blur it out. If you guys get sued, it'll be great for the show. You know, Doug and I got together. We got drunk and go, what do you want? You want to do this? They want to do this. You want to do this? He goes, let's fucking do this. Let's fucking do this. We're going to do this. We're going to make the crazy show. Once we got in, it was a totally different story. Right. Once the paperwork had been signed, we were committed to this project. Then there was executives. The executives sort of had control over the executive producer, had control over the writer. Everybody's keeping their job. There's a bunch of things that Doug and I just didn't anticipate. So we got to this position where we were doing something that wasn't what we set out to do, and we didn't feel good about it. And then there was like a bunch of arguments, and one of them was how the show would start. I wanted every show to start with Joey Diaz naked, running out into the audience, and this woman was crying. Damn, I said a gender. This executive, they don't.
Zoe Friedman.
Oh, you son of a bitch! Oh, damn you, Stanhope!
I love Zoe.
She was crying.
Is this really what you think?
Is this Man Show? Crying. And I said, how about this? I go, we'll do it both ways. We'll do it the regular way first, and the second take, we'll do it with Joey. Yeah. Which was a fucking setup. I can't believe she agreed to that. That's so dumb. Because the second take is always boring, because everybody's seen the first take. Like, it's a setup. But she didn't see it coming. She was playing checkers.
The whole fucking thing was a setup. I was doing it better.
Yes. Yeah. So Joey comes out, of course, roars. Everyone stands up. Let's get this party started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the motherfucking Man Show. Doug Stanhope and Joe Rogan. Everybody's standing up. Like, this is the greatest opening for a show ever. So I look at them and I go, told you. I know it's funny. Yeah. It might not be funny to you, but you don't have a dick, all right? You're not a man. This whole idea of this is supposed to be a man show.
Already showed earlier a big fat fucking guy running through.
Giant balls, like great,
hilarious.
And an old lady's pantyhose. They were ridiculous. His balls are comical in their own. Look at him. He does not look real.
You'd have to sell me on Joey's.
There he is. That's Joey Diaz. He's one of the greatest human beings ever walked the face of the planet.
Ari in the background.
Yes, fuck yes. That's Houston, Texas. That's back. That place doesn't exist anymore. That place, I had a dude pounded on my door asking me for someone named Ed. What's Ed, man? He was looking for crack. It was like a crack house.
Where's that?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. I'm going to take that back. That's actually Austin, Texas. That's not Houston. That's Austin, Texas. I knew it was Texas. Now I'm regrouping. That's the place that's down the street from Cap City Comedy Club. He's the best. That's from a blog that I wrote called Happy Pills. Because you still write blogs? Not much anymore. I keep them myself. I write them, but they become material. What I found was that I was writing blogs, and then I was taking some of the ideas out of those blogs, and I was turning them into bits. But the problem was, people would be upset. They'd go, well, then this is fucking, I saw that, it was in your blog. And I'll go, okay, well, I have to make a decision here. Either I keep doing the blogs and the bit. Be upset. They go, well, then this is fucking, I saw that, it was in your blog. And I'll go, okay, well, I have to make a decision here. And either I keep doing the blogs and the bits are in the blogs and people don't mind, or people get annoying and they start complaining that the genesis of the bits occurred in the blogs.
Guys, it was two guys that said that, and it gets in your fucking head.
They don't know any
Everyone
better.
thinks this. Well, you know better if you think it through. But initially, two guys, I won't do 2 shows in a night because I'm afraid someone will stick around for the second show and go, oh, this is a magic act. This is bullshit. Yeah, I know.
They will.
And that's why I don't do 2 shows a night.
Well, you know, I mean, you could look at it that way, you know. I've heard it said, go take a piss.
No, I'm just standing up.
I've heard it said that maybe it's not bad if someone goes to the first show and the second show, a few people in the audience actually makes you think, because those people are there, you're aware of them, you have to do it fresh. You have to figure out a way to put a new spin on it. You have to figure out a way to present it in a way that maybe will be exciting for you, and that way will be exciting for them as well. So in a way where instead of just pressing play, you say, even though this is something that I've said multiple times over the course of the last, X amount of months that I've been working on it, I'm going to say it in a new and inspired way because I know these 2 people from the first show are going to be here at the second show.
Okay. He won't tell me if there's people that have stayed over.
Tell him!
Nah, because he gets all
Throw the party!
No, I get it. It's in my head. I'll try to do completely different material that's not even material.
I gotta care for that
just
shit.
because of 2 fucking people. I've shows with people their money back going, hey, I saw you in Manchester. I'm going to come see you in Leeds tomorrow. I go, I'll give you your money back right now. Don't do that to me.
I told this dude in Manchester, if you're going to come, he said, lad, I'm coming to 2 shows. I go, you got to get really fucked up in the first show, that the second show's novel. You can't come to.
The great thing about my audience is most of them are drunks and they don't remember. I get emails all the time. Hey, I hope that thing, that special is coming out because I don't remember. I was there, but I don't remember a thing from it.
Well, I think that potheads, alcoholics share that, the lack of memory. And this is what's beautiful about alcohol as well as beautiful about pot. It's
Dude,
this desire.
hey, I'm coming.
to
Just one moment.
embrace this
How you living, baby? Where are you? You're in San Antonio? You're in San Antonio? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? You're in San Antonio? Oh, that's you. Sorry. I didn't realize I was talking to Spurlogram. He's right there. He's driving on the road. What up, you Randy? Figure Randy. Is he what? Not to my knowledge. His mic is on, but something's wrong with it. He might think he's talking, but I can't hear him.
And with pot, it's always the fear of getting carried away by the newfound ideas of like what reality really is. Whereas with alcohol, it's the ignorance of those ideas. The point, like, who fucking cares? Who cares? Are we doing shots? Who's going to Mexico? That's where it comes in with alcohol. Whereas with you're like, I know how to get to the roof. Let's go to the roof. And you get on the roof, man. It's just like, it's so weird to think that there's just a few hundred miles, there's like fucking gas and like, what is it, magnets or something? Like, what's the magnetosphere? I don't know, man. Let me get my phone. And you're fucking trying to figure out why the Earth, it doesn't just absorb radiation from the sun. Somehow or another, it's been designed. So there's like this seal, this like circular shit that you don't understand. The magnetosphere and the ionosphere, it's all fucking filtering gamma radiation. That becomes your freak out instead of the alcoholic freak out, which is just I'm drinking some of your Jack and then I gotta get the fuck out of here. Where you going? I don't want to go to work. I'm not going anywhere. I got drunk Uber? Yeah, drunk Uber. I think you ever get an Uber?
Do you know what an ADR is? That's where I'm going. I don't know what it means.
Oh, this means you're gonna do some Hollywood type shit with sound. Is that what it? Yeah, I've been to ADR multiple times.
What does it mean?
But during the Fear Factor days, it was the worst parts about the job. Here's a fucking cold, hard, ugly fact about Fear Factor. If you watch it on TV, especially on the Chiller Network, where it still plays like 12 hours a day, if you it's on all day long. Not that it's a bad thing, it's a good thing. But if you watch it, a lot of the times when I'm talking, I'm not really there. I'm talking in a sound booth somewhere where I had to watch the replay and like maybe some shit like didn't come across right because the sound was all fucked up or sound cut out or something like that.
If you ever watch Bar Rescue or any dumb shit reality show you're into, if they're not showing John Taffer saying, well, get the hell out of my bar, they're showing the back of his head. He never said that. He said it after the fact. Is that what ADR is?
Exactly.
I don't know what. I just want to know what it stands for.
Like, so if you, especially on a reality
Additional
dialogue recording. Jamie's actually an audio engineer at Automated Dialogue.
Oh, there you go.
There you go, bitch.
Brian, guess close to.
I was wrong.
Shut up! Why is this guy always interrupting? Why is he like Red Band always interrupting?
Where the fuck this guy get a mellow yellow t-shirt? How dare you?
I bought it online. I don't even know what it was when I bought it.
Really?
I just thought it was a nice phrase.
Well, it was a song and it was a drink.
Well, I remember the Donovan song. I remember the Donovan song, but I didn't know it was a drink.
Yeah, it was a drink, like a really shitty Mountain Dew, like a Mountain Dew for people who couldn't find Mountain Dew.
That's not saying a lot of shitty Mountain Dew.
Shit-faced.
Yeah, we're hammered.
Are you?
Is that? Yeah, definitely.
Say your ride, I hope.
Yeah, I'm gonna get one of those. I'm gonna call one.
Coming down the yellow.
Yeah, that was the song that Bob Dylan beat him down with. Remember Bob Dylan did some. There's a film of him like parodying Donovan on stage in London.
It's inevitable.
And
Even there's cuntiness even amongst amazing musicians.
Yeah,
It's a good song, that Bob Dylan
I know.
song. How dare you, Bob Dylan?
Yeah, fuck you, Bob Dylan. He's going nowhere.
He wrote All Along the Watchtower.
He did.
God damn, that was good. That's one of the few
Hey,
songs
somebody's
where I
here.
appreciate
What up, baby?
equally, whether it's Dylan or Hendrix.
Dude, I'm gonna say hi to two people.
You know,
This is
either
crazy.
one of
You
them.
know I'm
They
desperate.
have their own weird little
What up, baby?
bend on it, you know? You don't even give a fuck about music, do you? You lock down tight. Look, if you talk about football, it's the same way I feel.
I don't even give a shit about football. We're Super Bowl.
Oh, cool. Podcast about list clips. Hey, can I be on your podcast? Did you find out about me from Twitter? Did you find
Denver against
out
Carolina
about me
stinks. Why? Why does it
from
stink?
Twitter?
No one cares
If
about
you
those
did,
teams.
I'll shit
Everyone
myself.
cares about Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning is Carolina.
Can
I like Peyton Manning. He does funny
Oh.
commercials.
Wait a minute, you've got the two most
Funny.
Yes, you're from
Peyton
Twitter.
Manning can actually
That's
be
amazing.
funny, and that's what I love about it.
Well,
Podcast.
him and Tom Brady seem to be designed to make
I
a perfect
stream
person. If they can just get together,
my
fuck the
Brady
same
life
girl,
funny.
and they're two
24.
sperm lassoed together like one of those high school ropes we have to climb in the gym. If they're two sperm,
I can
intersect
ask the
at
host
exact same
to see if
time
he
and
can
create a
get you on.
super
That's
person.
amazing.
Anytime an
That's
athlete
amazing.
can
Hold on a second.
actually
Let me talk
pull
to you.
off even a little bit of fun.
Okay. So, podcast about list clips. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You're live on 4 different streams right now. Okay. I've been doing this for more than 2 years. It's like a real life Truman Show. And I plan on helping every single person who helped me get here. I'm going to make them rich. How am I going to make them rich? Data is Earth's #1 resource. Okay. It's more valuable than petroleum, than oil, than gold, than palladium, than platinum. Data is Earth's #1 resource, more than food and water, air. And why is that? Well, basically, if you know your enemy, it goes to Sun Tzu's Art of War, know thyself, know thy enemy, essentially kind of mentality. And if you have knowledge about them, you have more advantage than even controlling their food supply, their air supply. And so data, information is very important. So what do I have to do with that? Well, I have more data online than any single person in global history. We're watching Bob Ross. If you're familiar with the artist Bob Ross, you can see my little robot here. That's how I got you. Like, what do you mean? I'm like, all right, so I created this little robot that automatically presses this button. I hope you can see it. It's like, I'm not doing anything. I'm talking to you. And so here it is, and it clicks, boom, and it clicks, boom, and it clicks, boom, and it clicks, and I don't have to do anything. And it just does that. Now, look how many accounts I have. Just one moment. Hey, Anatoly, can you hear us? Okay, cool. I'm talking to somebody. One moment, Anatoly. Just one moment. So I'm going to tell you about him. So I'm in this cryptocurrency Telegram, and I live stream my life in that as well. And this guy's going to the border right now. He just drove like 6 hours or something like that. He drove all night. I was with him all night. He went to Buc-ee's. We had him do some social media at Buc-ee's. Look at all these accounts that I have. Look at all these accounts. These are all my accounts. And on top of that, I'm starting to get some impersonator accounts, which is great. Yeah, wow is right. And guess what? Okay, so I have 815. Well, I've created more than 819 Twitter accounts, but I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I even have more on TikTok than I do on Twitter. But I know I'm going to get big on Twitter because Twitter has more influential people on it. I mean, I got you, podcasts about list clips. That's a big deal. Why? Because it's just a matter of time until enough people are like, what in the hell is this? I keep getting this whatever, every single day. This like somebody keeps following me. Who is this rabbi? What is this? It's a bot, obviously, but then it's telling me to go to their YouTube, which is exactly what you did. And then you see, and it's like, oh my word, what is this? And literally, you can connect with me. You can, whenever you want, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We have people right now in Greece. We've got people in Texas. We've got people in North Carolina. I'm in California. Um, it's a really wild ride. So you can watch me from here. You can also watch me from there. You can watch me from here, and you can watch me from there. So you can watch me from the front, the back, and the sides, all simultaneously. And that's just on YouTube. I'm live on Twitter as well. Check this out. You're online too. So that right there is videoing that camera. So I have redundancies. And oh, I want to hear this just a minute. So this guy he's literally going to the border interviewing people. It's very exciting. And I've been up with him all night. Additionally, we make some really interesting friends, all different, just really diverse friends on this. So people from all over the world are connecting to this and like starting to live their lives out through this. And that's the goal. I have 2.5 years of footage, 24 hours a day uploaded. I stream when I go to the bathroom. I stream when I eat, when I sleep, when I bathe. Everything is online. Why? Because I think it's important to society to be able to study a human being, and it's like a Truman Show. If you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show with Jim Carrey, someday some people are going to be like, oh my God, this is the biggest event in global history that somebody has shared their entire life. You can watch them do whatever they're doing, eat, sleep, bathe, whatever, live their life, grow up together. And over years, and all the footage is archived, and you can go back. You can literally, this is a time capsule. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the birth, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's a really beautiful story that I've been able to tell. And I have the radio going during it all the time. And that's important because it provides for content all the time as well. And then I just created this. I've been trying to go viral for a long time, but I'm gonna go viral with this little robot. If you see, it does everything for me. I don't know. I can kind of see, so I'm sure you can see that it's doing something. And if you're like, well, it doesn't seem to be working all the time as perfectly as you want it to be, it's because I have to recharge it. But what do I mean recharge it? You can only follow 400 Twitter accounts per day, per account. So once it maxes out, it it just kind of it stumbles. Uh, but when it has it maxed out, it'll do 400. It'll do a perfect 400, and then it maxes out. And I do 8 accounts at once, so that's 3,200 accounts over the course of like an hour or so. So that's how you've probably found out about me. And if not that, then it was one of my random posts that I would have probably made. And this is going to be really big. So if you're like, this seems like it could be really big, like that's a lot of data. To give you some perspective, Mr. Beast, yeah, I got followed by you on Twitter. There you go. Perfect. I mean, it's a funnel system. Basically, I went fishing and I caught you. And that's amazing because I didn't have to do anything for it. It's free advertising. It's essentially a $1 million advertising campaign that I am conducting live on Twitter for no money. And Twitter doesn't know what to do about it because it's like I'm not spamming you with messages. I am just following you. That's the point of Twitter. Like even their most basic actions, the follow, they still allow on anything on like even the most basic account. So I just have used that and used quantity and just created an army of accounts. So a lot of them have been banned, but I currently have 819 that have been created. And if you're like, well, why aren't you still creating them? Well, I think Twitter's kind of onto it because they've made it more difficult now to sign up. You have to, in some countries, use money, even for a free account. Well, to do some things, like to tweet and things like that. That's not too big a deal for me. Right now, I've got so many accounts that it's like I'm almost maxed out on accounts. I know a guy who gets several of your accounts following him every day recently. That's good. That's good. You should see what people say. They create videos in my honor. There are people who say, I love them. Every single day I get them, and it's like a warm blanket. And I know some of them go away, but then even more come every single day. And the reason why I'm doing it is not because I'm a bad person, because I'm trying to annoy people, but I am trying to build awareness about what I'm doing because it's a very important mission. It's about world peace. This gives me the opportunity to be able to discuss world peace and ending world hunger and ending world thirst and helping the developing world and futurology and life extension technology and mind uploading technology and ufology and very, very interesting things about society. I want to inject those types of discussions into the mainstream. And if I'm the person that, even if I had, I mean, literally, if I have 10 people watching me, I'll have a million people watching me. Because when people know that there is one leader on the internet, basically, someone who has dedicated their life to streaming, and they have so much footage that people can delve through and study, it's really fascinating. I mean, it's exceptionally interesting from a behavioral standpoint because people be able to study how a human lives. It's extremely interesting from a story. It's the story of literally going viral, and that's a very exciting opportunity for people as well. So, with that, you should definitely talk to the people who run your podcast and be like, "I met this rabbi. He's wild." You should be like, "What is that shirt? And what are these? What is this?" So, I'm on Twitter and cryptocurrencies. There's a cryptocurrency that found out about my project and they thought it was really interesting, and so they began to sponsor me. So I even have sponsorships. So that's the thing. You can tell your podcast. It's not just I mean, it is somebody who just followed me on Twitter, but you can see this is the biggest thing to hit Twitter in the history of Twitter. I mean, there are like you have a friend who gets a bunch of follows for me. You followed me. So that's just me. And you've seen how it works. You're like, and I've actually seen how this person's little machine works. It just sits there and follows people. And, for as dumb as it sounds, this rabbi is filtering people in. He has a discussion with them. He's interesting and he's got a lot of footage. And he's right. Data is really important. We should talk to this person because this is one wild story. And I'm an open book. You can ask me anything. And you can also say he's very well versed. I mean, look, you came in. I was listening to a podcast. I listen to podcasts 24 hours a day. I listen to podcasts so much that I call other people and we listen to podcasts together over the phone, or we do it via Telegram. So I'll blow your podcast up as well. Podcast about list clips. How would I find that? Is it on Spotify? I have Spotify right here. If it's on Spotify, we'll start listening to it right now. You let me know. If not, I'll find it and we'll promote it. The podcast is called Podcast About List. Okay. That's a great name, firstly. Why? I mean, just from a podcast. It's on Spotify and everywhere else. Okay, so it's called Podcasts About Lists, everyone. About List. I've got it right here. We're featuring it right now on our YouTube. It's very nice. So let's read about it. This is a podcast where we read lists from the internet. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, why is it perfect? Well, I had a Twitter Blue account and I would tweet lists of I love lists. And so I would go to ChatGPT using a jailbroken version of it and ask it like, what are 100 types of computers that are more advanced than a quantum computer? Or like, what are 100 types of ways that a person can be more attractive to the other gender? All of these things. And these lists were quite fascinating. So I have them now. If you're like, well, okay, just read some to me. It's on one of my accounts that was suspended. So I can just know I really like lists, and these are really interesting lists. But that's neither here nor there at this point. What you should know is we are going to start listening to your podcast, and so for everyone who's listening right now, the most recent episode is episode 276. It's called I Love Mustard, featuring Home Planet. Joe and Alex are here to tell us about their love for mustard, McDonald's, and film. Subscribe to us on YouTube. And prior to that, they had Asexually Laying Pipe on Myself, featuring Therapy Gecko. Very, very cool. I mean, that's a lot of podcasts. So shout out to you guys for the longevity. I personally respect that because, I stream my life 24/7. So we're definitely going to listen to that podcast. And it sounds really interesting. We'll blow it up. What does that mean? This is mutually beneficial. Yes, you have audio and it's very interesting content, as do I. I feature people's media. So I will certainly feature this media. On top of what else have we done? We've watched all of the greatest movies in the history of television, film, going back to the first Oscar winners, even before then, and then through current day. We're gonna watch all of the modern Oscar nominees. We did it last year. We did it the year before that. I watch them all. I also have listened to every major audiobook and listened to every major music album and actually sang them all. I have more accounts than any person in global history. I have over 100 Instagram accounts. I have over 819 Twitter accounts. I have over 1,069 TikTok accounts. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. Why? It's like, why don't you just focus on one account? Oh, I've done that. I did that in the beginning, like everyone does. And for whatever reason, you can get suspended for whatever. I mean, on Twitter, especially back in the day, you could get suspended for any reason. I mean, it's just, you can't really control it. So, or on YouTube, and especially too on YouTube, what would happen to me, because I stream so much, sometimes copyrighted material would come on and I would get a copyright strike. So I realized that, boy, I can't do this 24 hours a day. I have to be like a goalie and basically avoid copyright strikes. What if I create 100 different accounts? And then if any of the accounts, something goes wrong with them, I can just start up another one and just tell anybody who's following me, hey, just instead of, so what I do is have people, instead of following my channel, they follow that live streaming link. So they can see all 4 streams that I have going at once and they can choose which one they want. But okay, so as you can see with this little robot I have going, it just bing, 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 bing. And then after an hour, all I have to do is put in 8 more new accounts, and then it'll start following. Now, I know it's really annoying. Do I plan on doing it forever? No. I know once people find out about this, that this is the biggest event in global history. Please tell your friend who I follow quite often, a few times a day, tell him, I talked to this rabbi. He's a real person. He's like, just tell him, like, it's in the flesh as much as anyone else. It's like a layer. He's got like some kind of like super fortress of like production studio where he just sits there and he's been streaming his life, and he just has this little machine that is the robot for him. So he's not sitting there having to click them all. But it's really interesting because you can actually watch it, and he knows about the podcast and how you found out about me, and we also do really interesting things. I mean, this person's at the border right now interviewing people who are crossing. I mean, that's really interesting, and they're live streaming in my live stream. You're in my live stream right now. We've made some really interesting friends on here, and we've even got sponsorships. It's been quite a ride. So yeah, anything. I'm always on, so I always stream, and you can see this is going to be very big because I've only had this machine going like full time for like a month, and it takes a little while to get in a human's consciousness. Like, oh, this isn't going away. This person is just literally going to keep following me until I know about that. They're just the most absolute dedicated individual that we've ever met. Honestly, I'm the biggest troll the internet's ever seen. And why is that? Because I have more knowledge of how to sign up for any social media account than any person of all time. In fact, social media platforms, I think, will one day pay me for my knowledge, my intimate knowledge of their different systems and how to infiltrate them. I'm essentially a hacker who does it. I mean, not everybody can create 819 Twitter accounts. There are people, this is so funny to me. There are people who are on Twitter who are saying they at Elon Musk, at support, and at safety. Those are the three that they add. And they say, how is it that one person can create over 500 accounts? At this point, isn't this person just mocking you that they have 500 accounts and you can't do anything about it? Please do something about it. It's very funny to me because it's like they're absolutely right. I am just mocking. He spent $44 billion on this thing, and I am making a mockery of it. It's hilarious. So if you think that uh, you're on to something with this, you are. You're just in the beginning stages. So we're going to make sure everyone knows about your podcast, about List, and tell the people who hosted it that, hey, I've got a really good uh, guest potentially. And if you ever need to contact me, just type to me and I'll be right there. And literally, I can do the podcast like whenever. And if they're like, okay, well, what do we want to talk about? I stream my life 24/7. So that's been a hell of a journey about which I can talk. But I'm also very interesting. So I'm sponsored by cryptocurrencies. I have in my past, I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. So I'm an app developer. I'm a certified project management professional. I am a rabbi. And I have more data online than any person in global history. I love talking about ending world hunger in some ways through vertical farming, through cloud seeding, and through hydroponics, and ending world thirst through desalinization plants, life straws, and digging wells. Good old fashioned digging of wells will help a lot. So there's some projects that we're helping to lead. In fact, we're part of a cryptocurrency that actually sponsors wells in Nigeria. So we've built multiple wells now. As part of this project. This project here has built multiple wells in the developing world. And we've also sponsored soccer or sport athletic teams there as well, helping the children of Nigeria. It's quite an interesting journey. On top of that, we talk about things that nobody wants to talk about. Nobody wants to talk about UFOs. Nobody wants to talk about they're a real thing, that you can go to MUFON.org and see a map of the entire world, and at any given moment where people are having or had a live interaction with some kind of UFO, USO. So what's a UFO? Unidentified flying object. USO, unidentified submerged object. These things come out of the water. They're on video. And it's like, oh, well, anything can be deepfaked nowadays. Okay, but this video is 40 years old. It's military video. Now what? Okay, well, and there's so much of it now that the fact that we're not having these in open discussions is a shame, and I want to stop that. On top of that, we're in a very interesting point in society, and you should understand that podcast about clips, specifically where we are in terms of life extension technology. So I consider myself transhuman. Really? Yeah. Check this out. Even on my ID, I'm an X. Firstly, I have my hat on in my ID. No one else. Who else do you know who has that? Additionally, my sex is an X. If you can see that, sex. X. What in the fuck is an X? I would be like, what in the fuck is an X? If you showed me your ID and you're like, hey, this motherfucker's an X. Is that an alien? What in the fuck is an X? Well, an X, according to the state of California, is non-binary. What does that mean? I don't fucking know. And no one fucking knows. But I can tell you this. If I put you on a desert island for a long enough period of time, you're going to be so bored that if I put a man on that island after, let's say, 50 years of you being bored, you will have sex with that man. And if I put a woman on that island after 50 years of you being bored, you'll have sex with that woman. Does that mean that you are gay? No, it means you were really fucking bored. And at a certain point, it just depends. How bored were you? Essentially, I've learned sexuality is a spectrum, and it's just where you are on the spectrum. And so basically, I personally am someone who thinks that potentially we can live forever. And now, how do we do that? We do that through something called mind uploading technology. And this is already being experimented. So that's where you scan the human brain and upload that information into a computer for later download into an Android, into an avatar, into a cybernetic being, into a robot, into a clone of yourself, either older or younger, into an ethereal being, which is like a spirit, whatever you want. Okay, you can upload your brain into that. We're at that point in society where we're having those types of discussions, and we have those discussions on a daily basis on this podcast. It's not a podcast; it's a vlog, I guess, is a video, but it's really live streaming. It's not live stream; it's live streaming. So, what makes this more interesting than anybody else's video? I have more content than anybody else. You can take Mr. Beast and you can take PewDiePie, combine all their videos together, and I have 10 times content than they do. 10 times, more than 10 times. I'm nearing 300,000 hours of video on the internet. That's more. Okay, so the number one channel on YouTube is called T Series. It's India's YouTube channel, basically. Like everybody from India uploads their music videos to T Series, and that becomes really big. I have more video on YouTube than T Series. How? How do you have so much video? Because I stream from 4 different angles, and at times I've streamed for as many as 10 different angles on YouTube, and just really uploaded a ton of YouTube. But that's just YouTube. I want to be uncancelable. If somebody doesn't like what I said on YouTube, and let's say they ban this account in particular, well, I've got it going there, I've got it going there, and I've got it going there. Well, let's say you don't like what I said on YouTube at all. Well, that's okay. I am live right now on Twitter, and you can see there's a slight delay, but everything's being recorded right there, and right there, and right there. And I'm also on Telegram. Now, does that mean that like it's impossible to stop me? No, but it make it a lot more difficult by having all these redundancies. So if I go to Twitter right now, and I still call it Twitter because anyone who's cool still calls it Twitter. Anyway, even Elon Musk is calling it Twitter still. If I come over here and I go to this account, it should be right here. Just one moment, we're gonna pull it up. You will see. Oh, interesting. Okay. So it's not this one. Oh, you're like, what are you doing? I'm trying to find the right account. I have 819 accounts, so it's hard for me to sometimes keep them all straight. But which one's streaming where? But I think I'll be able to put up in a second. Just one moment. Yeah. Here you go. So this one's live. Here we go. So you can hear the delay. And it's It's just seeing my back right now because that's all it can see. But you can hear it.
Just one moment. Yeah. Here you go. So this one's live. Here we go. So you can hear the delay.
So as you can hear, there's like maybe a 20-second delay or something like that.
It's just seeing my back right now.
But I have redundancies, basically, is what I'm saying. You can watch me on any of these. So I'm taking over Twitter. So what do I need from you? I just need you to tell your friends about it. I don't need any money from you. I am a real rabbi. Absolutely. Yep. I have. We dab and we pray daily. I say blessings over food. I do my best to live a kosher lifestyle as best I can 24/7. Absolutely. Yeah, and no one says that a rabbi can't curse. So I cuss. It is cool. It's definitely cool. So yeah, I do this in the morning usually, and so if you ever want to check it out, I do it once a day. So at least I do this once a day, and then this depending on the day, it can vary, but daily, yeah, we're definitely doing that. So uh, what else do we do? That's cool. Well, here's the cool thing. We're gonna watch the Super Bowl, God willing, this Sunday. Nobody else can you just, hey, we got a Super Bowl party. And literally, you can always connect with me. So please, oh, what do I need from you? That was the question. I just need you to tell people about this, tell your friends about it. It's really important to me for world peace and also, awareness. I don't need any money. I don't need anything but you to just tell people. Because if you tell people that there's someone who streams their life, they're very interesting, and I'm always on. I have more content than they'll ever be able to to devour. That's what people want. Listen, and you understand this podcast about List Clip. There are two types of people in this world. There are creators and there are consumers. That's it. There are people who create and there are people who consume. That's it. Are you a creator? Are you creating things or are you consuming? More and more people are having to become consuming and just become essentially useless. If you're a creator and you're creating content, you're valuable to society. And you're doing that. You have a very successful, I can tell you have over 200 episodes of your podcast that you're creator or you are around creators, and that's a good thing. And you want to avoid just being a pure consumer. So I do my best to be a creator. And if you have any other questions, let me know. I am open to them. If you're like, well, so what is your day? What's your day like? Well, I daven first thing in the morning. I pray like immediately on awake. Um, so we'll lay tefillin, and uh, I'll daven from the sitter, and basically, um, then from there, I usually make sure that I make sure that the streams are going. That's really important because sometimes I fall asleep and it's not always that the streams are down. It's just if they go more than 12 hours, you can't always watch them right away on YouTube. So you have to keep them under 12 and 12-hour chunks, basically using the accounts that I use. So I make sure all the streams are going. And then, I mean, we've always got somebody basically somewhere in the world to whom to talk. These people watch me. You can't see right now. Okay, maybe you can now. There's a camera right here that has there's a camera right there that has people in it in a Telegram all the time. So I talk to people from Hong Kong, China, India, the Middle East, Europe, Africa a lot, a ton of people in Africa. Um, Probably more people in Africa than any other country, maybe aside from the United States. Well, Nigeria. because Africa obviously a continent, not a country. But I would say Nigeria alone. I talk to more people from Nigeria as a country on the continent of Africa than I do any other country aside from the United States. And it's like, why is that? Because this cryptocurrency has gotten into the sponsorship of people in the developing world, and a lot of people in Nigeria can benefit from our cryptocurrency and cryptocurrency in general. So we build wells there, we sponsor athletic teams, just give to charities there. And then what do they do in return? We don't really ask that they do anything, but they're really, really sweet. They'll like make big murals and like plaques and things, and it's really funny to read like about this cryptocurrency that randomly helped some people, and that the people in the village were so pleased and grateful that they were willing to dedicate something to them. It's really a beautiful story. And we're going to do that all over. Who do we say we? The cryptocurrency. So it's a cryptocurrency of like 11,000 people, but there are people in the Telegram right now. So Telegram is a social media platform that allows for immediate video communication, and the people who are usually organizing these projects are in the Telegram. And so the people, for instance, who were organizing the sponsorship of the soccer teams or the football teams of the kids in Nigeria, I didn't do that. That was a group effort, basically. And so that's why I say we, because it's a cryptocurrency that's doing it. But additionally, I mean, sometimes I occasionally say we because it's like the royal we, I guess. But really, it's because there are other people who, like, you're just seeing me right now and only one person's watching. But in here, I've got like 6 people. Over here, I've got 4 people. I've got people in a bunch of different spots. So I just don't want you to think I'm the only person, at least. I mean, I'm the only person in the room, obviously. But there are some people with whom I have direct contact right now. So it's almost like we're on a virtual call together or a video call. It's very cool. And you should know, podcasts are one of the ways of the future of being a creator. There aren't that many ways to do it. There's like social media influencer, there's like YouTuber, kind of overlap, and then there's podcaster. And so to get yourself connected with podcasting is very important. And so we can, if you have a second, I would like to tell you about my favorite podcast. But what you can hear if you ever watch this. First and foremost, I would say my favorite podcast is Joe Rogan Experience. Why? He's just the OG of podcasting. He's not the OG. There are people who've done it before, but he's the one who made it big. So I've been listening to Joe Rogan's podcast since December 24th, 2009. It's like, wait, how long has he had this thing? Since December 24th, 2009. I remember where I was. Okay. Now, he quickly started uploading it to YouTube. So it originally was on something I believe called Joe TV and the Joe Show. But it wasn't Joe Rogan, and then Justin TV, something like that, which eventually became Twitch. But basically, within like 1 or 2 days, Brian Redben, his like producer at the time, uploaded it to YouTube. So I started listening to it. That I knew who Joe Rogan was from Fear Factor and from NBC shows, news radio. So I was familiar with who he was, and it would just seem like you were hanging out with your friends, and I thought that was really cool. So I that's when I started getting into podcasting, I would say, in around that time. The other podcasts that I listen to now more regularly, I really like history podcasts, and like adventure podcasts. So those are big ones. But I also like television show podcasts. So if you've ever heard The Office Ladies, it stars Jenna Fisher and Angela Kinsey, and it's excellent. It's a deep dive into the American television show The Office, if you're familiar with that television show, and I really like it. We've watched The Office on here multiple times, just all the way through. I could have The Office going 24/7. Instead, right now, I've got Bob Ross going on, the artist, because it's really soothing to me. And I think it would be to a global audience someday as well. And if you're like, well, this isn't the quality, Rabbi, that I need for the world to know about you. I know. In the future, a few things are going to change. We'll be able to digitally enhance video so that this is an 8K picture. And that'll be able to be done very soon. YouTube may perhaps, hey, we got another person. What up, baby? Welcome. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want people to have any war anymore. So what does that mean? I stream my life to end world hunger through the creation of vertical farming, through hydroponics, through cloud seeding, and also we want to help people with global thirst through digging of wells, through life straws, and through desalinization plants. If you don't know what a desalinization plant is, you should. It's essentially this, in simple terms. You take a big pipe, you stick it in the ocean, you suck up ocean water, you take that ocean water through a machine that removes the salt water and allows people to drink it. It's genius. For anyone who's ever like, oh, well, we don't have enough water, there's a water shortage. I won't believe that until you have literally drained the oceans dry, because we do have this type of technology. People say that it's very expensive and that it uses a lot of power. Well, they do it in Israel, and they do it in the Middle East and other places in the Middle East. So I don't understand why we're not doing it. And then additionally, nuclear power is the way to do it. And then if you're afraid of nuclear, there's tidal power. It's like, Rabbi, what's tidal power? You take a turbine like you have in the air, but you put it in the water. Okay, and the amount of water energy that can be acquired from the ocean is much more than in the air. So there are ways to solve these things, but these are discussions that we want to have. Other discussions that I want to have are the complete ineptitude of technology in today's day and age. Why is it that I personally, as a user of a platform, don't have a seamless experience with things? Why do I have to deal with app crashes? Why is it that I don't have instant turn-ons of a computer or of a device? Why is it that I'm still worried about battery times when in the 1990s, if I had a battery on a cell phone, it lasts 3 days. It lasts 5 days sometimes. They were really powerful batteries. I understand they don't do all the things that a current phone does, but I'm going to demand accountability from the leadership in technology in particular. I'll be a mouthpiece. I'll be a leader for people who are sick and tired that people are not sick and tired, particularly when it comes to technology. There are people who want faster internet. There are people who want more wireless compatibility. We were promised all these things with 5G. Nothing changed. Okay, if you look at my phone right now, it's the same thing that it's had for 20 years. Do you have 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars? What do you mean? I mean, when you're like, how strong is your signal? Like, can you hear me now? You either have 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars. It's not a percent. It's not like, oh, I have like 65% versus 85%. Why is that? Why is it 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars? Why is that? Why isn't it like 95%? When you take a test, they aren't like, oh, you got a 2. No, they don't say that. They say you got a 75% or you got a 90%. They give you a range. They give you a strength. But they don't do that. Why? Because they don't want you to know how much, who's they? Like people who control the communications companies, but also the cellular devices, don't want you to know what kind of electrical interference you may be having. They don't want you questioning, well, why is it that I have so much stronger signal here in this part of my house, but when I'm next to my microwave, it's much lower? They don't want you to think about all kinds of electrical interference. They just want you to keep consuming, keep obeying, keep following what they want you to do. That's fine. If that's what they want us to do, I get it. But please give us some technology that actually works. Some things that for which I'm an advocate: longer battery lives on technology. So we currently use the lithium type of battery, which is, to be honest with you, limited. And we're taking it as far as it can go. Basically, you can see what you eventually get is a spicy pillow. What's a spicy pillow? When a lithium battery explodes in the back due to heat and just overuse eventually. So that's going to happen with every lithium battery. There are other types of batteries though for which we are not, uh, I feel, really integrating into our system. Like what are some? There's nuclear batteries. It's like, well, that sounds really dangerous. Okay, fine. We don't have to go into that right now. There's gravity batteries. Like, what the hell is a gravity battery? A gravity battery uses the microgravity of the Earth to power a unit. So basically, the phone being in your pocket or the phone being in your purse, just moving around very, very minute amounts will actually generate power for it. There's a way to capture that kind of power. So it's like, well, why aren't we doing that? Because people have had patents on this type of battery technology, but the patents are starting to expire, but also the type of technology is starting to become more mainstream and becoming more affordable, and it's becoming more known. People don't know that there's a type of battery. It's called an americium battery. What's americium? If you look at the periodic table of elements, it's one of those elements past uranium. It's like in the number 100. It's way down there. But this, if you use but you have it in your house probably. It's like, well, where do I have americium, Rabbi? You have it in your fire alarm. What do you mean? Your fire detector? Yeah. So basically, a lot of modern fire detectors have like a 10-year life on them. It's like you don't have to plug them in anymore. You can just put them in, and they have a battery for them. Uh, this battery is out of a material, out of an element known as americium. So that's how it can last so long. In the same way, you can put that into a phone, and an americium battery lasts 500 years. You're basically never going to have to worry about that. That's the kind of technology that I want to have discussions with the world. They don't know about this type of technology. It's a very, very powerful technology. Additionally, you have that gravity battery that has an indefinite life because it can always essentially recharge itself. So long as you're not in deep space where you have no gravity, you're going to generate some type of gravity. And at that point, I don't think charging your cell phone is the biggest worry in your life if you're traveling into deep space. But that's the kind of discussions that I want to have with society. We are of a society that is at the point where we're in a new epic. What do I mean by epic? Like, we had the Epic of Gilgamesh, then we had like the Bible, and now we have like something new. Basically, there is a point in society where humanity evolves into a new kind of being. If you look at Darwin's "Has your power ever gone out when you were streaming?" Great question. It has. But get this. While I was streaming, this was amazing. I had also been streaming on a um I had also been streaming on a GoPro at the same time. So I was streaming on YouTube and I was on a GoPro, and boom, I can tell you the date that it happened. It was August 13th, 2022. It was a Friday the 13th, and the power went off for like 5 hours. But I had a GoPro going the whole time, so it didn't affect me at all. I was able to upload all of that footage, and yeah, so about for 5 hours I didn't have power in the house, but we did have. I do have all that footage still. So, and to say like, do you have 3 perfect years or 2.5 perfect years of uninterrupted streaming? I've streamed 24/7 from at least one camera every day for uh, for 2.5 years at this point. Um, I have far more content than any person has in global history. In fact, you say, has your power ever gone out while streaming? Yeah. But even look at this, just one moment. I don't know if you can see what these are, but these are. Do you still have all the footage of the past 2 years? Do you have a giant hard drive? Yeah, exactly. So, if you can see what these are, they are little SD cards. Can you see? They're huge. Some of them are as big as a terabyte. Some of them are multiple terabytes big. Additionally, I have a terabyte on the back of 5 terabytes on the back of this computer, 5 terabytes on the back of that computer. But I have almost petabytes worth of archive backup data. So do I have all the footage from the last 2 years? Yeah, and then I also have it on Instagram. Well, I don't have it on just one hard drive. I have it on like a bunch of different hard drives. I also have a lot of it uploaded to the cloud, to Google Cloud. So I have an unlimited Google Cloud account, and I upload to that. Really, the issue that comes to me is how much I upload. Basically, I get throttled. My IT can get throttled if I upload so much. But yeah, I have just backups. Like each one of these is like huge amounts of uh, SD card, basically. So it's a huge amount of footage, and that actually goes back more than 3 years. I remember the first video that I did was in 2020, and it was in downtown Los Angeles, and it was when George Floyd protests started, and so I have going back to 2020, and then I started that summer streaming my life more and more on camera, and then 24/7. So I'll be at 3 years of streaming on YouTube basically this summer. And that's a lot of footage. I mean, 3 whole years is a lot of footage. And there's a lot humanity can learn from this, meaning we can study my behavior patterns. We can study my sleep cycles, my circadian rhythms, my eating habits, everything about a human. Because yes, I know I'm on camera, but for the first 2.5 years, I didn't know I'd be famous for any of this. I mean, I thought it might happen. But I didn't do it to become famous. I did it because I think I have the courage to do it. I think that somebody needs to do it to help society. Why? Because people can watch alongside me all of the troubleshooting that I'm doing, trying to fix parts of the corporatocracy, whether it comes to technology or banking or whatever. People want to connect with someone. I can be a hero to people. I can be a Robin Hood to people. I don't have a lot of money. I'm very poor. But one day, I think I may be the richest person on earth. It's like, well, how are you going to be the richest person on earth, Rabbi? It's about data. This is going to be worth a lot of money someday. And well, it's like, well, how do you know that? Data is Earth's #1 resource. I'm not saying that. The Economist magazine said that in 2017. And it's only become more and more true. Data brokers are selling our data more and more. So if somebody's already uploaded their whole life, that person basically won the internet. And just you guys are the first people to find out about it. And it's like, well, why is that? Because the second that somebody finds out that somebody streams their whole life 24/7, other people, it's going to be really popular. It's going to be a phenomenon. And it's going to be a race for people to put as much of their life online as possible. Right now, people have the privacy issue, but they realize, and people will realize when they hear me say this, if they haven't already, everything that we do is monitored by third-party agencies around the globe. So if that's being done already, then I'm just basically leaning into it, embracing it, and just saying, you know what? I'm going to make a whole lot of money on this, and I'm going to help a lot of people. So that means podcasts about list clips, the people in your podcast we're going to help, the people. I mean, this is what I'm going to do for you. This is my plan for you. You don't run this podcast. I'm sure that you have a passion that a personal podcast that you'd like to perhaps start on your own, we're going to first help you with that. We're going to pay off all your debt. We're going to pay off all your family's debt. We're going to make sure that they're set up for life. I mean that. And anyone else watching this as well. I mean, people know in the future, it's not going to be about money for me. I have more data than anybody has. At a certain point, we're just going to be creating not-for-profits, charities, and we're going to be helping people. So I want you to think about that. Who would you help? Because that's the big question that you're going to have in the future. You're going to have so much money, you don't know what to do with it. It's like, well, how are you so confident about this, Rabbi? Well, I'm just telling you what the Economist magazine said. Data is Earth's #1 resource. I can also tell you that in popular culture, there are certain phenomenons that have taken over society, whether they were Elvis, whether they were the Beatles, whatever they perhaps are. And one of the things that drove all of that is content. These people perhaps had never seen these types of things before. In the same way that you had someone who, perhaps in the early days of podcasting, like Joe Rogan, take over that, and perhaps in the early days of YouTube, PewDiePie take over that. I'm going to take over a basically combination of all of them. I'm basically take Howard Stern's phrase, the king of all media, because that's what I am. I'm Cody. I'm king of the internet. King, Koti. Why? I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. I'm basically already so confident. I mean, it's once everybody knows that at any given point you can connect to someone. Hey, tell me about your day. How was your day? What are your hopes? What are your dreams? You can always connect with me. That's going to be really exciting to people. On top of that, people want to connect with someone just to know that someone else is out there, want to know what their day is, learn about their habits. I have friends of mine who are have some interest in this because they may not have all of the senses that a normal person would have, but they can maybe hear me or they can maybe see me and just connect with someone and they can do it at any time. That's the beauty of it. At any given time, you can always connect with me. It's not like, oh, yeah, you have to wait on my schedule. No, I'm on your schedule. Whenever you have time for me, I'm here for you. Whenever you want. And I mean, these guys are so funny. I see them on this Telegram. They're like, quit talking with these people because we want to talk with you. And I understand. But I want you to know about that. And I'm becoming more and more in demand. And that's really exciting as well because it's just going to grow. People are just going to think this is more and more interesting. And the way that I'm able to do that is through Twitter. This little robot here basically is just every few seconds sending out an actually like once a second, it sends out a follow request to a random person. And it just is enough of a bit of momentum that makes people check this out. I mean, that's how you found me. That's how perhaps somebody else found me. And um, so, I mean, with that, I, I can answer any other questions that you have. You can see what I normally do. I mean, if you're like, what else do you do, Rabbi? Do you ever go outside? Any question that I've had, I'll just answer the main questions. How did you start this? What do I do as a career? I'm a certified project management professional. I am an app developer as well, in addition to being a rabbi. I'm a multifaceted person. I'm good at a lot of things. I have launched the largest on demand car wash app in global history. I have marketed it. I have been in commercials for it. I've written jingles for it. I've written copy for it. I've signed spokespeople for it. You name it about marketing, I've done it. So I'm very familiar with that. Additionally, I've worked as a contractor as a certified project management professional for Fortune 500 companies. And so I recognize the importance of social media and branding and some of those other things. And so for the first year of this, I worked on camera for Fortune 500, took my savings. I had a 6-figure contract. I took the savings from that, and I've been living off this now 2 years. And I will eventually perhaps have to, you know, do something again. But for the time being, we are living by the seat of our pants on the internet 24/7. I've been doing so now 2.5 years. So how did you start this? Believe it or not, funny thing, I like to golf. And I'd never seen my golf swing. And I always thought it would be interesting to record my golf swing and see what kind of swing I had, because people always said, "Hey, you've got a good swing," but I never had seen it. So I was a member of Tiger Woods' golf course here in Orange County, California, and I would go every day after work to hit golf balls. And I actually purchased several memberships so I could hit golf balls all the time. And I was just living life, having a wonderful time. And I would record myself and watch my swing. And I finally got that opportunity. But I realized that some of the things that I was saying on camera were funny. It was shtick. It was it was comedy. And I thought, you know what? I don't have children now. I don't have a wife now, but maybe someday I will, God willing. And if I do, I want them to see what their dear old dad was like back when he was a single man. So I took this footage and I started uploading it to just my own personal archive. But I realized that that was taking a long time because of just upload speeds. So after one of these sessions of playing golf, I came home and I realized, you know what? I I'm just gonna like continue to stream it and see what happens. And then like, you know what? The best way to probably do this is create a YouTube account. And so I started with one YouTube account. And I thought to myself, you know what? If I'm gonna do this, I want to do it better than anybody. I don't want to just watch someone's life from one angle. I want to watch it from 360 degrees. So I bought another 6 Chromebooks and put them all over my house so that you could watch me go to the bathroom, you could watch me bathe, you could watch me shower. Now, I did get in trouble in the early days because I didn't really read all the terms and conditions and didn't realize you couldn't literally show yourself in the shower on YouTube. But I was like, whatever. I'm not afraid of my body. I used to flaunt myself around my college dorm. So it's not like I have an issue with that. And I don't have an issue with just the human figure. It's natural to me. So I don't see it as a perverse thing. If you think it's perverse, that's on you. That's a more of a communication on your part than on mine because I'm fine with the human figure. So I started streaming my life, and that was about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, more than that now, almost 3 years ago. And I haven't stopped since. So some cool things that we've seen on this. We've seen the death of a queen. I mean, I'm on camera for that. We've seen the birth of AI. What do I mean by that? November 30th, 2022, when ChatGPT was released to the public generally. That's not the birth of AI, but that's the birth of people really using it in their everyday society, and really the major layoffs that would come because of AI and the replacement of the human worker. And I was using it on day one. And we use it, when I say we, I use it a lot, but I've used it with other people as well. So I say we. And it's like, well, how did you use it with other people? I would go on Twitter Spaces, and when it first came out and no one had heard of it, very few people had heard of it, and I'd be like, hey, you guys, I'll look up anything you want. And so people would ask me all kinds of questions on it, and so I would just basically be their little Google for it. And so when I say we would look it up, we'd look it up together, but I would look up a lot of things on it, and then I would tweet out lists about it, which were really important. And then we've seen the death of we've seen the coronation of a king. I've been in earthquakes on camera, multiple earthquakes on camera. Just some really interesting things have happened over the course of events. On top of that, we've watched every major movie, listened to every major song. Just one moment. You can mute me. Okay. Anyway, those guys are being funny. I'm gonna mute myself on there. I'm gonna mute myself on this camera. There are a lot of people in this room, so they were hearing all that. They know what I'm doing, but I'm interrupting. This guy's at the border doing an interview with some people, so it's very funny. But we got a lot going on, as you can tell. And when it comes to podcasts, what other podcasts do I like? If you know the podcast, The Church of What's Happening Now by Joey Diaz and Lee Syatt, I love that one. Why? It's just dirty. It's like about being in jail and fucking hookers and drinking and doing coke in like bathrooms and comedy clubs. It's just dirty, and I like it, and it's funny. So I like that one. and I'm gonna like yours. I'm gonna listen to yours about podcast about lists, a podcast about lists, which is a great name. You've got over 200 episodes, which is really great. If you have other questions, I'm open for anything that you may have. If you're like, okay, so what else do you do over the course of a day? I so I pray multiple times a day, and then I see what's going on in the Telegram and see what all my streams are going. But once all that's done, it's like, do you ever go outside? Do you ever go to the store? Yes, I go to the park, I go to the store, and I stream all that. So all of that footage is live on Instagram. I don't do anything if it's not going to be archived. So what does that mean? There are some people who are like, oh, I Twitch my life. No, that's cool, but that doesn't archive permanently. You can't go back and watch someone's Twitch from 2 years ago. It only archives at their longest amount of the premium plan at 90 days. So you don't that data is basically gone. The important thing for me is for people to be able to study this in the future. And I want people to be able to see this as a time capsule. So I want the information archived. And to be honest with you, not everybody can do this. I was talking to a guy last night and he's like, I'd really love to do what you do. What's stopping me from doing it? And I'm like, well, first off, you have to be more courageous than basically anyone on earth, but you also have to have treated people very well. If I've ever stiffed a server or cheated on a girlfriend or been terminated from a position or whatever, you have to overcome a lot of things if you want to do this. And fortunately, I haven't had any of it. I've only treated women with respect. In fact, I have a lot of girlfriends, girl space friends, but also just I've had a lot of wonderful relationships with women, and I've treated all of them with respect. So I can tell you that any of them who speak about me won't have to speak out about me. The only thing they'll speak out about is that I'm a really great person and great individual, great lover, and just great mind. So I'm not afraid of any ex-wife or ex-girlfriend coming out and saying, oh, this rabbi, don't listen to him because he doesn't have any integrity. No, I live my life with integrity as much as I can. I'm live on camera 24 hours a day. And so people can see it. And the people with whom I've shared my life, they all know that as well. Additionally, I have a lot of very just interest to society. Like what? Like what are other interests that you have that might help society, Rabbi? Okay, so we've got 4D construction. Like what? You're starting us with 4D construction. What is 4D construction? Firstly, what's 3D construction? So 3D construction is currently what we have, but 3D printing of houses is another aspect. So what's a 3D printing of a house? Basically, this has been around for 70 years, but it's starting to be used more and more, using a 3D printer to build a house using a little layer of concrete. It basically builds a house from the ground up and can do it within 1 or 2 days. So that's a really interesting aspect of society that we're not currently exploring. So that's 3D printing of house. What's a 4D house though? Now, 4D house has some adaptive characteristics to it as well. Like what? Well, firstly, like if the temperature changes outside, there's some things that the structure can do to adapt to that. So perhaps the colder it gets, the warmer. It has an inverse effect so that your energy costs are lower, heating costs are lower. What are other things? There's types of things that you can do for your body for life extension technology. Stem cells are one of them that have a huge effect. One thing that we talk about a lot on here is sexuality. I don't think any subject should be taboo, whether it's the Middle East or whether it's human sexuality, anything in between. These are all of a lot of interest to me. Other things of interest to me, the total eventual technological singularity where we're all moving, that's of a lot of interest to me. And just the advancement, futurism is of it interest to me. But when it comes to stem cells and human sexuality, they're linked. And it's like, well, how are stem cells and human sexuality linked? You can increase the amount of nerve endings that you have in your body which should be of a lot of interest to people who suffer from paralysis or perhaps people with nerve damage. Particularly, people don't know that you're able to increase the amount of nerves that you may have in your genitalia. That makes sex better. In the future, people will have more enhanced, more orgasmic sexual encounters because they'll be able to increase perhaps the amount of nerve endings that they have in their genitalia. And this helps people from certainly just your average Joe and Jill out there to people who have suffered perhaps rape or genital mutilation, so that basically everybody can have the enjoyment that one would hope with sex. And then also there's the idea of using human growth hormone, perhaps to increase the size of someone's genitals, if they wanted. So I thank God for having given the genitalia that I have, but I can imagine that there are some people who would want it bigger, and especially people who might suffer from micropenis. Who knows? Maybe I suffer from a micropenis, but ask any of the women with that's not a thing. Not for this rabbi. Anyway, but let's just say I did. I might want to increase the length of my genitalia. Human growth hormone is a way to do this. Stem cells are a way to do this. We can also use this type of technology to increase our height, to increase the amount uh, of of muscle mass that we may have. A lot of opportunities here, particularly when it comes to human growth hormone and with stem cells and life extension technology. And if you're like, well, I don't know about life extension technology, that's kind of scary to me. Well, you're already probably doing it in one way or another, because it's really like, how do you define life extension technology? Do you drink water? Yeah, well, that extends your life. Do you breathe air? Yeah, well, that extends your life. That's not using technology, Rabbi. Okay, fine. Do you use a CPAP machine maybe if you suffer from sleep apnea, or do you have a pacemaker perhaps? Well, somebody might say, well, that's maybe you do, maybe you don't, but there are people in society who have that. Those are essentially the first cyborgs of society, the first people who have a technological, biological link. And we just had last week, if you weren't aware, Elon Musk, Neuralink announced the first successful transplant of Neuralink into a human. So that brain computer interface, it's called BCI, body computer interface, but brain computer interface as well, depending on the context, is the key, the next step of society. And we're going to be going through that together. So it's very interesting what we're exploring here. And I look forward to doing it with more people. So what do I need from you? You just need to tell your friends about it. And please, the podcast about lists, tell the people, I met this rabbi. Tell them about me. I'll be online. So you'd be like, hey, guess what? I don't even have to tell you. Just he's online. He'll tell you himself. Here you go. He's on 4 different streams. You can pick the one that's most convenient to you. And chances are they already know about me in one way or another if they're on Twitter and they're an account of any size, because I'm annoying a lot of people out there. It's funny to me, but it's also really beautiful to me to know that I've created a robot that I don't have to do anything. And this thing causes other people to create memes about me, to create art about me, to create videos about me, to take screenshots about me, to talk to their friends about me. That's all you want. Going viral is like giving birth. And what do I mean by that? You have conception, which is the creation of your accounts. You had 70 followers on Twitter. Wow. That's a lot of see, you're an account of major influence, and that's for whom I'm going. So I go for all kinds of accounts, but I hone in on larger accounts. And you should know, I mean, this is the biggest event in global history. And if you're like, wait, you mean bigger than the Apollo program, bigger than World War II, bigger than World War I, bigger than it all? Why? Because the amount of biological data that's going to come out of this alone that we can learn from a human is going to be invaluable to how we live in the 22nd century, essentially. That we'll be able to study human, not not from, I'm not on camera 24/7 from birth, but I am on camera 20, pretty close to it for a lot of my life. Why? I've worked in a bank as a credit union. I was a teller. So you're on camera from a lot of different angles there. And at the startup where I worked for many years, we were on camera from every different angle. So I have that footage as well. We'll have access to that perhaps. But then just my streaming of my life, you'll be able to have a huge archive of a human life. Essentially, this is it's the Truman Show. It's the real life Truman Show. I'd like to put it like this: Truman Show is spelled TRUMAN, but I like to consider myself True Man, TRUEMAN. Why? Because I'm out here. You can ask me anything you want. I'm vulnerable. The world knows about me. I mean, you'll know all the good things about me. You'll know all my faults, and we'll grow up together. And this isn't just like a thing where, oh, okay, well, we saw this person and then they're done. Like, no, I want to do this the rest of my life. So you're learning about this pretty early on, but it's very exciting because there are a lot of people already know about it. You're coming in. I've got. Let me see how many people are in this Telegram right now. Just one moment. Okay, there are 9 people in here. I can tell you just looking at them, one's in Germany, one's at the border. They just live streamed with me last night. So they said to me, Rabbi, I'm gonna go from Dallas, Texas to the border. Will you be along for the ride? And I said, yeah, I'm live streaming. So we live streamed it together. And so he drove last night from Dallas to like Austin, basically. And he did some shout outs and we got all of that on footage. And it's just really interesting. And we're following other people's journeys as well. And like at least in here, we've got people in Nigeria, we've got people in Germany, we've got people in Texas, we've got people in California, we have people in Mexico. And so, so it's one thing for me to be like, oh yeah, there are 2 people in here, but these are the people with, and that's just right now. I'll get people. We'll get like 20 people in here, from all over the globe. And then the funny things are the random people who come in, who are like from Hong Kong and like Australia, and they come in at random times of the day or the night, and they'll just come in and start talking to me because I have it so that literally if you come into the Telegram, you can just start talking to me, like, and we can communicate. I'm almost like a concierge for the cryptocurrency. So. Well, you had 70 followers on Twitter. That is a ton. And I'm glad that I was able to connect with such a big account. If you're like, well, okay, what else do you do? I I mean, if you're interested in like the things that I do from a human perspective, which you may not be, but there are some people who are, I urinate, I defecate on camera. Now, do I show you actually doing it? Me actually doing it? Allegedly, because it could be a deep fake. But you get your account banned if you do that. But I at least let you see me from a point of view. You can see the pee going into the toilet. Not everybody lets you see that. Nobody lets you see that. Do you get to see me shower? Absolutely. From the waist up on YouTube. But on Twitter, I'll do the full frontal, or I have no problem with that. And when it comes to eating, you can watch me prepare my meals on a daily basis, and food and drink, and say blessings over them. And so there are those aspects of it. For something for which I'm an advocate for some things. I'm an advocate for women. Like, Rabbi, how are you an advocate for women? Well, first and foremost, I feel that society doesn't respect women enough, and we need to do some things to change some policies for women. And it's like, well, what's that, Rabbi? If just for instance, if I'm on Instagram, okay, or on YouTube, and I go like this, I don't lose my account. Even if I have an X on my ID, YouTube realizes that that's not fooling them. I'm not going to get banned for that. But if I were a woman, if it were my mom or my sister or my daughter or my wife, and they did that, they lose their account. They lose their ability to provide for themselves. We are discriminating against people based on their gender, yes, but also based on their skin. I don't like people to discriminate based on the color of someone's skin, nor on the content of that skin. Basically, whether it is genitals of a man, a woman, a transgender person, I don't care, but we can't discriminate. You cannot ban a woman's account. A woman will lose her account if she shows her nipples under most conditions, aside from like breastfeeding, on TikTok, on Twitter, or not on Twitter, on TikTok, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on YouTube. That right there removes her ability to provide for herself in a lot of ways. A man will not. So there's discrimination that's occurring. I want to help women with that. I want to be an advocate for them. There are many other ways that I want to help women, but I also want to help children. How do you want to help children, Rabbi? I don't think that anyone has the ability or should have the ability to put their hands on anyone else. I'm a pacifist at heart. So what does that mean? Well, I don't think that we should have corporal punishment anymore when it comes to children. If you look at a map of the United States, at least, it's legal in some states to hit children. It's illegal in some states to hit children. It's legal in some states for other people to hit your children, like a teacher or like a counselor. I don't think that's right. I don't feel that it's right in some states that it's legal to whoop a kid's ass, and some states it's illegal to whoop a kid's ass. When the kid has no power to protect themselves, they don't know if you're just having a bad day. They don't know if you know what you're doing. I just want to get rid of that aspect of society, the hitting of children. I just don't think that's nice. I don't think it's right. And so I'm an advocate for children. And I'm an advocate for people. I'm an advocate for the poor. I'm an advocate for world peace. So, particularly what's going on in the Middle East right now, I want an end to any kind of conflict. And I want both sides to come to a face to face decision, man to man, woman to woman, person to person. And I feel that we would be able to come to some type of peace agreement if we were able to sit down and talk this out, because I will have a platform from the world. I'll bring the world to Netanyahu and the leader of Hamas, and we'll say, okay, here you both are. Let's talk it out. And we need to stop this. Release all of the prisoners, release all of the hostages. And so those are kind of my, I'm a pacifist. I'm for the people. I care deeply about humanity and just overall trying to make a difference in society. If you want to see, so I'll show you right now. Let me show you what if you I mean, you guys have been a wonderful audience. I'm going to show you how I set up this robot. So if you're like, just one moment, I'll show you. So I've got my mouse, and what I do is I have like 819 accounts, a lot of which have been banned. But I have to find accounts that are usable. So what does that mean? Well, firstly, I can't have followed 400 people within the last 24 hours, or I can't follow anymore. Additionally, I can't have followed over 5,000 people, because if I followed over 5,000 people, Twitter blocks you at that. So I kind of have to find it's like the Goldilocks zone. Like it's not, it hasn't followed too many people, and it also has the ability to follow some people. Just a moment. Very cool, man. Hey, sorry, I'm in the middle of a discussion with some people from Twitter right now. So that's very cool. It's a pleasure to meet a fellow traveling man. So they were just saying that this person's a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Mason, and I'm also a Freemason. So I'm in California. I'm in Los Angeles. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a conversation with some people. Apologies, my man. But see, that's how important you are for me. I mean, look, I've got a 32nd degree Scottish, right? But that's, I mean, I know a lot of Masons. I'm a Mason myself. That doesn't, I mean, it's impressive, yes, but honestly, you're the audience to whom I want to speak because you, for all intents and purposes, you fell for my trap. I set you up on Twitter, and you like now here we are. You know about me. You know that I'm uh, someone who perhaps is a good. I mean, I know I'm a good-hearted individual. I have the legacy and the footage to prove it. But if like I want you to know, like I'm here for you. And that's the thing. If you need anything, meaning like if you need, like I want to know about your day, you can check in with me, talk to me. We're gonna learn about each other. We're gonna grow up together. I want to help you. I want to help your family. I want to help your friends. And you're on the ground floor of this. So as we do this, I'm going to show you what I do, how I set this up. So what I have to do is I have to set up 8 accounts at once. I don't have to log into anything, or I should. Most of the login should be already saved. So I've got 2 open now. I'm going to open my third. I just opened my third. I'm opening my fourth. I'm opening my fifth now. I'm opening my sixth now. I'm opening my seventh now. And I'm going to open my eighth now. Two, four, six. Okay, so I've opened up my 8 accounts, and so podcasts about list clips. You had 70,000 followers on Twitter. I didn't have that many, but I had over 10,000 followers, and they took my account away from me. Why? You tell me. I don't know. I didn't even tweet anything from that account. It's just like one day I came in and it says your account is suspended. I actually got the account back. Then it got suspended again. Why? I don't know. It was only over hours. So here's what I do. Now that I'm in the accounts, I have to check them to make sure that they're usable. So some of them have like you can get like a 72-hour ban on them if you follow too many people too often. So I'm not going to go through that all right now. I'll just show you. Under ideal conditions, it just works like that. So I just had to hit like 8 different tabs, and you see it's now following brand new people. And is it annoying to them? It's annoying as absolute fuck. Okay, you should see what people say about me. They're like, I blocked 99 of these accounts already. I can't block anymore. Some people say. Other people say, they're like, take a video, and they're like, he has thousands of accounts. I don't. I actually only have 819 accounts. But that's funny. They think I have more accounts than I have. Do you use any drugs? I just took an ed. It should hit me soon. Baby, that's not a drug. That's life, baby. Check this out. Do I use any drugs? I use all the drugs. I use all the drugs. Do you? No, but anything that's like cool. So like what's cool? Cocaine, like cannabis, LSD, uh MDMA. Yeah. I've at least tried just about everything. Yeah. Is there anything that I haven't tried? Adrenochrome? Well, I've had adrenaline, so of course I've had that in little amounts, but I have not taken adrenochrome. And I've never injected heroin. I have taken patched heroin, opioids, fentanyl, and I'm like a fentanyl expert. And if you're like, wait, that makes you sound like a tweaker or something crazy. No, I've never done meth except for prescribed by a doctor. So like some type of stimulant. And I've only ever done things through doctors. So don't think that I'm over here like, wrapping up my arm, bing, 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 bing. If I'm going to wrap my arm in anything, it's going to be my Jewish tefillin. But I did get patches because I was under a doctor's care for surgery. So they give you patches for fentanyl. And I was on 75 milligram fentanyl patches over the course of 3 days. They like 72-hour patches. And so I know a lot about fentanyl. And I'm an advocate for cannabis as well, and cannabis decriminalization, cannabis legalization. So shout out to edibles. Now, if you're watching this and you're like, Rabbi, it doesn't look like it's working perfectly. I'm spending time with you. I'm not going to tweak it right now, but I can tell you that, I mean, it worked well enough to get you here. And that's all I needed to do, just to tell people about this. And as you can tell, I'm an interesting individual. I'll have enough people who are like, oh, this person, you can always connect with them. Yeah, that's the coolest part about it, is at least for someone who, like me, okay, someone as I who gets sick of watching Netflix and Hulu and all that other stuff because there's no new content. I always have new content. My whole life is content. So you can watch Hulu and Netflix and Disney Plus and all that other stuff. In addition to watching me, I watch it alongside this. We're watching Tubi right now. If there's a show you want to watch, let me know and we will watch it. Not only will we watch it together, but then we'll listen to the podcast together and we'll get really into it. I mean, I'm interested in whatever you're interested in. So when it comes to audiobooks, what audiobooks have we listened? Really, your major ones: Lord of the Rings, like your John Grisham books, the Bible, the Quran. But also, there were a few months in here where we listened to. Where I say I listened to, but there were other people who were here a long time at the time. So, and we would interact with each other. So that's why I say we. 50 Shades of Grey. I bought all 3 of the 50 Shades of Grey, and we listened to 50 Shades of Grey, each book, 24/7 for a month each. So for like 90 days, we got really into 50 Shades of Grey. So I don't have that book memorized, but I know my way around a dungeon. And I can tell you that, like, basically that wouldn't be something that normally you would think a rabbi in which they would have interest. Maybe, but generally not. You think of them as being more modest, but at least in this case, it's about time that someone has the courage to share these parts of their life with them. That doesn't mean that rabbis don't have those kinds of feelings, just like anybody else, but they don't normally discuss them in open public or open society. And I don't have that fear. I'm not afraid to say anything to anyone. I am somewhat fearless in this. I know that I'm going to be a very famous person someday, and it's coming sooner and sooner. It's like, well, what do you mean? How do you know it's coming sooner and sooner? The fact that I have 2 people in here, you have to understand. I do this. I've been doing this for 2.5 years. No one has come to it. Okay. Basically, why? Because it's really hard to be found on YouTube. Okay. Additionally, if you only have one Twitter account, it's really hard to be found on any social media. But if you have 819 Twitter accounts, then you get some people in here. And so it's creating a lot more buzz. Additionally, I got got into this community, this Telegram community, about 6 months ago, and so that's created buzz as well. I mean, that's how I got sponsorships. That's how I got. I mean, all I got a lot of stuff you can't even see. That I mean, it's a cryptocurrency. It's going to be perhaps worth a lot someday. And even if it's not, we're going to teach people about cryptocurrencies in the mainstream. In the mainstreams, uh, that's amazing. I wonder what kind of edible you had. What is it? They used to make these. So I've made my own edibles too. I used to make these brownies, and I put ice cream on them. Oh my god, they'd take you to the moon. So I hope you're having one of those types of edibles that are just huge. Back in the day, they did not mark how much THC was in each edible. It was just kind of a guess. Delta 9, one single gummy is 500. That's a powerful one. Good for you. But only a third of it, I think. That'll knock you in. That's a big one. What podcast do you like aside from your podcast about lists? Let me know what kind of podcast you like. And so the podcasts to which I want to listen in the future are yours, and there are some comedian podcasts too. So I can tell you, like, I listen to a lot of comedian podcasts. That whole Joe Rogan, I think it's called, uh, like that Kill Tony Dead, that red band kind of group. So who is that? That's like Joey Diaz, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, Brendan Schwab, Bert Kreischer, Tom Segura, Christine P. All the One Star Podcast is good. That's good to know. All of those, I know Jack and Nolan from One Star. That's tight. Shout out to anybody who's listening to this. One Star Podcast is good. We'll have to take a look at that. Tell Jack and Nolan about this, please. Please tell Jack and Nolan about me. Please tell all your podcast friends about me. I stream 24/7. They can always connect with me, and I'd be happy to do interviews with them. I've been on 4 podcasts. Oh, 4, not 34, 4. So I'm all about the legalization of this. This is 8. It's an indica. It tastes like grape. Well, okay, so other podcasts to which I listen or have interest, I really like television show podcasts that deep dive into them. I think that it's like a new kind of book club almost. So I think those are really interesting. And I like true crime podcasts as well. And the Innocence Project, if you're familiar with that, I like when they do interviews as well. So what else? I mean, you name it. If I don't currently have interest in it, I will, because I do my best to be as well-rounded of an individual as possible. So whether it's like exotic foods or faraway lands, I do my best to learn as much as I can about it. Really, I like esotericism. So what is that? It's like hidden stuff, the occult. So they were just I'm a Freemason. They were just talking to a 32nd degree Freemason, and like why did I become a Freemason? Because I was interested in the occult, in the secret societies, and I wanted to know about it, so I became a member. kind of the same with the rabbinate, though many people told me you need to become a rabbi. You're very good. So that's kind of, but really, enough people tell you, you kind of eventually start moving in that towards that type of direction. So, well, I think we're all done now. Oh no, we have one more. I don't know if you're still watching. It says 0. It says 1. So I'm not sure. If you're still watching, that's tight. If you're not, I'm gonna go back to this. I hope you had fun. Take care, my friends. What up, pimp? How you living, baby? Can you hear me? Sproto. Hey, can you hear me, Sproto? You're okay. Vamp, can you hear me? No. Excellent. Apologies. So you should know why I was so excited. Because I've created this robot I've shown you guys that basically follows people on Twitter automatically. And I just got some people who came to my YouTube channel and stayed for like an hour who found out about me from this robot. And they run a podcast, which is cool. They have an account that has 70,000 people. And so I was just telling them about what I do, et cetera, et cetera. But it tells me that my plan is working, basically. By following people on Twitter, I'm gaining momentum because people literally are saying, you followed me on Twitter, and it says to come say hi to you here on YouTube. Hello, and then they come and see what I do. I think it's pretty smart. I'm funneling basically people from one social media platform to another. What do you think? Excellent. So I want you to know, though, I'm sorry I was so improper. I didn't realize that we had so many people in here earlier. Like when it was earlier, it was just Anna. Usually I'm the only one in here. But then Anatoly came in. I didn't realize all the other people came in, or else I would have muted myself earlier. But with that being said, how is Vamp today? I'm checking in with everybody. Sprotogrim, how are you? So we're experiencing some heavy weather here in Southern California, and so it's a weather storm warning. Oh, that sounds really good. Where did you get it? The store? Very cool. So I heard Anatoly, he was trying to become a Freemason with this 32nd degree Mason asking about it. Is that correct? That's okay. I think he is too. Well, that's good. We watched a 4-hour documentary on it the other day, and he was really interested in it. Did you watch it as well with us? Yeah, we watched a 4-hour documentary 2 nights ago on Freemasonry. And he got really excited about it. And so it tells you what you need to do. And that guy just told him what he had to do. So he just has to do what you have to do, which is just go ask a Mason. And he could ask me, but we're in a different state. And so I told him what to do is just find one in his state. It's very cool. So with that, we got tempura. I've never heard tempura. And then we've got this other person here with all this Cyrillic. I think they're from Russia. So shout out to Russia or Ukraine or both of y'all. I hope you're doing well. Vamp, how are your animals? Did it come off? Did it come off flaky or like all at one? Oh, that's really good. Is that known as molting? Okay. Well, that's good. And how is your? Do you have a ball python or a ball constrictor? And how is your ball python? Does he have a heat lamp? Ooh. Did anyone ever see what Dr. Claw looks like? Yeah, you remember Dr. Claw? He was like the villain. Oh, they think they're the same person? Oh, I hadn't heard that. That's like a fan fiction thing? Oh, very interesting. I saw him for the first time yesterday. He was apparently, they made an action figure of him, and then he was also in a video game. And so he's pretty consistent in that. And he's just like a skinny white guy. Are you guys fans of Inspector Gadget, the cartoon? Are you gonna watch the Super Bowl, Vamp? Is it not a big thing in Germany? I understand. I gotcha. Did Anatoly did Vamp? You like motorsports? Vamp, you like motorsports? Very cool. Do you like F1? Well, that's a really cool interest you have. Look at Sprotogrim. Sprotogrim, what is your dog's name? Shout out to Louis. Do you ever sing the song Louis Louis to him? Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Very cool.
The greater Los Angeles area has received 2 to 5 inches of rain and 5 to 10 inches of rain within the town of Mountain and the Potato Canyon area. Precipitation percentage more than 130
I'm listening.
The rest of the atmosphere by the storm, including Southern California, Patriot Air, meteorologists, say the colors of blue and green. The rest of the world, everywhere from Canada to San Diego, with a covered in rain.
That's very cool. What? What happened to OBC? What did they say about OBC Channel 7? Did you make it to Eagle Pass? So what did they do? You got there and then they were like, yeah, you need to come with us. And they took you upstairs. It really smelled there. And they're like, we think you're a Fed. Get out of here. Dude, you should come. Dude, come see me. Oh, I mean, you said you were going to be on the road for 10 hours or 10 days. And what did I tell you? I said to you, you're not going to do that. Exactly. And now I'm giving you an opportunity to come here. Dude, come to LA and you can fix your computer here. I have Wi-Fi. You could stay right next to me. No, we don't come. Doug, Anatoly. I'm gonna look up how far it is for you to drive to LA right now. Okay. Dude, it's 19 hours. That's not that long. You should. Dude, you were just gonna take off 10 days. What up, baby? Hope you live in a dream. It's a sign of distress. That is America. Wow, that thing's amazing. Wow. Go, baby. What's up, baby? Hi. How are you? How are you?
If it's 16, it's the measure of success. So it's saying to all of her families, so in all her thousands, they have 15,000. So 15,000 families, you're going to get $1,000 a month indefinitely from the New York City taxpayer. And if they shoot up police officers along the
If you could hear what's going on in this telegram, it's so funny.
I mean, everybody in the private administration is to be destroyed. Yeah, I don't know why. Just destroy everything. Yeah, I mean, just seriously. I mean, what's going to go on your family? Why are they that's a true fact. We're going to talk to anti-actor. He's the self-realization study. He's read a 600-page book. So he did elaboration on self-study. Is it worth anything? Who do you think? Who do you believe? I don't know if Dr. Andrew has to speak here. Are you going to give me results here? It's been a bunch of news on the computer. So now, it's 2 dogs. We're looking at 1 dog.
I have to take a piss. You want to see me take a piss? This is all pee. This is all my pee. So I have to say this little prayer when I'm done. But that's how I pee. And then I'll wash that out and eat out of it probably. Why? Urine is sterile. Generally, as long as there's no bacteria. All right. We got that bitch going. Now what? me see if anybody mentioned us on Twitter. Hope you're doing well, baby.
With no more pain and discomfort, call 888-640-SMILE and receive $4,000 off your teeth in one day. Plus, you'll beat any competitors in Milford. Leave us a 5-star review at TRUMAN.com. 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply. Supposedly going to be a major integration. You're sick. We're going to talk about It is because it is does have the capability of bringing correlation to, even contact those individuals in any meaningful way, let alone to the wisdom of the United States. And this bill, such, covers, you're going to hear people say, oh, this proves that the asylum system, no, it doesn't. It creates a completely parallel system without ever pretending to be more people just like Americans. And, it's simply going to overwhelm that system as well. So instead of one dysfunctional or beautiful provide, we're going to have two that make them both of us. Is there any other closing the border in this bill? Like, what did you say the pages? We just say one line. President mandate close the border, period. It's funny because we talk about the fact that there's already separate mandates in the legislative bill that has created the two-thirds vote. He has both the authority and the duty to ensure that there are no illegal aliens allowed to enter the United States. And then in this bill goes back to 2006, which Bill Biden, Barack Obama, and Hillary Clinton all voted in favor of, which has to address education misdesign. It doesn't say that it goes to churches, but it sure does open the door for justice. It's funny because we're on the immigration laws that are on the books. What's the point of this one? Because you still realize that requiring or allowing to severely restrict cross the border, they're just unlawful. This is the problem, is they let all these people in. So I don't understand the point of this thing. Because they're all Republicans jumping up and down saying this is great. I don't get it. Yeah, it's interesting because, Joe Biden proposed the U.S. Boundary Authority to be used. Well, Donald Trump and Barack Obama committed for a very self-report asking the Boundary Authority that they needed to drive the number of people entering illegally down to just a little bit more. But, thanks to the policies that Joe Biden himself implemented, and thanks to the, his willful ignorance of what the law requires, we are in a system of about 250,000 illegal aliens crossing the southwest border in December alone. So, when you're talking about 250,000, imagine you multiply that down to, 150,000 a month to say that you're making progress. But it doesn't matter because all of us as an overrun system, overrun border correlation should never be able to stop everybody that comes in. So when you look at the drugs that are licensed or the criminal aliens that are licensed, there's over 12,000 cases involving minor things. Those people get in because of the system that's overrun. We need to put a stop to what's going on right now, control the system, either work through the 3 million plus people who have been released illegally or already been 7.7 million that have evaded arrest. Let's move right through those people first. If you want to fix the border thereafter, you could do something different. But let's get to point one. When you have 7 illegal aliens speeding through Catholic nurses in New York City, and they get arrested and then released immediately on no bail. Is that real? Have you seen it with the public yet? But the Biden administration never had a day where they realized, well, this has gone way too far. We got to stop it. It's interesting because when you have controversial, the Democrats also like New York say, now we have to, throw all these people out. We persecute pretty close to them. But, Governor Hochul is advised by people who operated wonderfully or don't care about the welfare of New York. The main focus, John, for all of these people who are coming to border illegally are not not being protracted and for the big stuff here is people simply ordering themselves. They're ensuring that, each one of them has the option to make an asylum case in this country. It's important to have this clear that you don't have one person that's going to have to tell you the specific documents. But all the motivation seems to be immigration and national interest, like the justice laws for whatever discriminatory history of the United States. They treat it like Jim Crow. And so a lot of pilots, if they know that they're going to file their, political laws, because they're in the South, in very reconstructed area. But that's what they really think, right? They think voting law is like Jim Crow law.
That's tight. I'm proud of you. Yeah, I don't know why you're messing with that. No. Still, you never know. They could be dicks about it and not let you back. I mean, it's up to you. If you feel comfortable, go for it, man. You're adding a lot of unnecessary risk if you do that. Yes, it is. This is Rabbi Rothschild. Hello? How you living, baby? Kicking ass, taking names. What's new in your neck of the woods? I am streaming my life 24/7 on YouTube. How about you? What's your name? Like, what up, baby? Hi, how are you? Hi, welcome. How how are you? I hope you live in the dream. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7. Oh, peace. I hope you're doing well. Are you the person who just called me, or are you just from Twitter? Did you randomly walk here? Or did you randomly just arrive here? Let me know. How'd you find out about me? How? How'd you hear about me? Shut up. What happened to him? Are they patting him down? Yep. Are you okay? Yes, we can hear you. Well, keep in mind, he's in another country. I'd expect less connectivity. Told you, get your ass back in the United States. Yeah, I just want to go in for like 10 minutes and get tacos. Dog, this isn't the drive-thru at Starbucks. It's Mexico, man. Ciudad Juarez. We can hear you. What did the security say? What were you told? What did the security say? Dude, you're with Channel 7. That's what you do. That's Channel 7. That's your bread and butter, baby. I think it looks nice. Yes. Yo, dog. Hi, how are you? Hi. I hope you're well. I stream my life all day, every day. 24/7, 365. Hope you're living like a peasant. Did you get a receipt? Well, because I'm sure you want to file it for tax purposes in April. I'm joking with you. No, it's not that you're Jewish. It's just that it's a ludicrous thing. It's obviously an all cash operation where you give them $4 to get in and $2 to get out. No one wants a paper trail of that. It's like a drug deal. It has nothing to do with you being Jewish. I am, but I'm not doing it in that sense. I'm doing it in the sense of you would not want a paper trail for you crossing the border. And a receipt would show that. They really gave you a receipt? Oh, no way. That's hilarious. Wow. No. No, you should post it. So did you cross at the border? At like the correct, like the federal gate? Oh, okay. I didn't see that because we couldn't see the whole time. So I thought you had just like walked on or like driven on the other side of the border fence. And so let me correct myself. Obviously, it's a much more detailed system than I thought. I thought you had just gone up to someone because I could only hear, and you're like, yeah, it's $4 to get across and $2 to come back. And I didn't know it was like a border guard. That's hilarious that he did get a receipt. I find it hilarious. That person finds it hilarious. What's up, man? Okie doke. You're good. How you living? Yes, we do. Can you hear us? We can. Can you hear us? Yes. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So you got back in the United States okay? To go back in the United States? Are you safely in? Yeah, that's not safely in. All right. Focus on that. It absolutely wasn't. You were there for 10 minutes. There's a lot more cool stuff to do in Mexico than just that. Dude, they're bomb as fuck. You haven't lived until you've dated a fiery Latinx. That, I know, Tempura, come on, we want to hear you. We like you. What up, baby? Did you get a taco? Are you going to go back through San Antonio? Are you going to go to the Alamo? You should get a Dr. Pepper, eat a Whataburger, and in front of the Alamo and do a shout out. That'd be huge. That's like the most Texas thing you can do. Do you understand me? Excellent. Why do you call it Waterburger? It's Whataburger. It's like an inside thing with you. What do you think is older, Pepsi or Coke? I believe it's Coke. We'll look it up. What do you think is old? What is older, Coke or Dr. Pepper? No, Dr. Pepper's older. Yeah. We're gonna look it up right now. All right. Dr. Pepper was created in 1885. Coca-Cola was 1886. And Pepsi was 1893. So I was right. It's a Texas soda. Did you know that? Waco. Yep. Sure. Absolutely. So there is a Dr. Pepper Museum in Waco, Texas. 5:30 p.m. It opens at 10. It opens at 10 a.m. That's the dream, baby. All day, every day. Yep. It's legal in California. Absolutely. We have events that have that. In the right environment, yeah. You have to understand, once you're... Yeah, my birthday is December 26th, 1985. Since I was 18. No, in fact, if you want to look to great examples of long-term marijuana smokers, I would have you look at Willie Nelson, who's at 90, and I would also say he's 90. He's doing really well. I mean, I shouldn't say he's doing really well. He made it a long time. Everyone would always say that he was going to die, and he is still alive. And then Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones, they always said Keith Richards is going to die from all the drugs that he did, particularly marijuana. He's still going and he's still performing. And you know who has died over the course of my life? All the drinkers. I'm going to teach you something. I'm going to teach you something that a lot of people don't know. Only 75% of people like the taste of alcohol. 25% of people have a very harsh aversion to it. And so you're probably one of those people, as am I. So that it means that you really never acquire that taste of it. You don't like it and you never will like it. You're at a church? All right, yeah, you have to be really good. Focus. If you're watching this person is going to the border and they're crossing from Mexico to the United States. They were just in the United States and Mexico. They're from Texas. And they went to Mexico. Now they're going back in the United States. If you found out about me from Twitter, please let me know.
And more importantly, the fact that Cutter could actually use a sink while he was awaiting trial in the case, the parole board on September 6th of 2023 granted parole. But what it does at that point, it puts a 6-month procedure in place where the governor can overturn and reverse that grant. So what I'll do is I'll write a letter directly to the governor, and I highlighted this matter because otherwise it would be swept under the rug. I wrote an article in a local newspaper as well. I encourage my supporters to contact the governor and ask for an addendum to reverse the parole board's decision granting this cancer, this nowhere, parole, letting him out essentially. And I'm happy to report that on January 29th, just several days ago, Governor Newsom actually reversed the parole board, listening to the arguments that me and my supporters have made, and keeping James Tice in jail for at least 2 more years until we have another parole board. So he's been doing it for a year now until 2026. Yeah, 2025, 2026, and I will tell you that when I'm the DA at that point, I will have my prosecutors go with the family of those murdered victims to that parole hearing and make the case why James Tice should spend the rest of his life in jail. We are keeping agency Tice to find out that the parole hearing officers don't have this information. That would automatically be part of the material that the jury hears. And my point is that they should have this information. But what they don't have is in essence, the prosecutor making the case as to why this person committed the crimes in the first place, also making the case of the crimes he committed while he was waiting for his trial and his conviction, and sort of being the voice for the victims. Because imagine now, you're the victim family of Chocolate Brown, or you're the family of Chocolate or Deputy Redneck, and you're confronting your murder, and you've got counsel, a parole board there, and the prosecutor has access to the parole board's file that the victim and family do not have access to. And to make the point of whether or not true rehabilitation has occurred, or whether or not this particular murderer can go to spend the rest of his life in jail. Without the prosecutors there, the victim's family is basically unrepresented. They're unable to make their arguments in any compelling way to the parole board. So it's not a shock that this parole board, when having granted parole, returned to us. We were able to get that information with Governor Newsom, and we reversed the parole grant in this case. Is this where it gets those blanket policies? The prosecutors have to show up at any point here. We reversed a 40-year policy of prosecutors going with victims to parole hearings, and basically said, because I believe he's much more pro-criminal than pro-victim, that he's no longer allowing these prosecutors to go with the victims of these parole hearings. And it was one of his blanket policies that I would reverse one day with. You would repeat the blanket policy in the other direction, and would be a prosecutor in a country where no one ever victims family before parole hearings. Absolutely. How is the campaign going? I've seen thousands of commercials, which look really good. I think the number of things is going to pick up a lot. I see polls are all over the place. What's your feeling on the state of the race from your perspective? The state of the race is, well, I was hoping it was going to be when we first entered the race back in April. I think the recent polls that were actually conducted before we began the last 2 weeks of commercials, one of the advantages of having raised more money than any other candidate, in fact, factor of 100%, is that I'll be able to get my message to the millions of people who are going to vote. And you're right, it starts with name identification, name recognition. And getting the message of how I'm going to defeat George Jackson, why he should be defeated by enacting the most pro-criminal policies, and how I'm going to restore accountability and prosecute criminals. That message is getting out.
Wow, you are fortunate. Get the fuck out of there.
Social media, text messages, email, and so forth. And I believe that that campaign, that I would not only raise my primary, but raise a toe-to-toe to get Josh Steiner out of office in the general election, or whether I would be in the top 2 for the primary and then beat Josh Steiner in the November general runoff. The people, since 2/3 of the public is not made a decision yet, I'm sure many of them don't know who you are, even though you have been making this office for quite a while.
Did you have a passport? And it was $2 to get back in?
experience. I have 34 years of pornographic experience. I was a federal prosecutor for 7 years for making
So what's the plan now? Dude, come to Los Angeles. Dude, you could be here by Wednesday. I have a place you can stay right. I have a place you can stay right now, though. I don't know. Dude, that's a total drug smuggling trip that you made. Yeah, and you're like, oh yeah, I want to get tacos, but then I didn't. I know, but that's the sketchiest story you could have potentially ever had. So how long were you here? Like literally 10 minutes. Well, you're fortunate because they could be going through your car big time right now. What's the name of the restaurant? Dog, you had that light on your car when you went over the border? Well, that was a mistake. Wow. Yeah, definitely. Pick it up and take it with you. No, I'm serious. You should name it. What does it say? Oh, cool, man. No, I'm serious. If it doesn't have a home, adopt it. What's its name? T-Mock. Yeah, with enough exposure. Yeah, I mean, one time you should be okay, but it does expose you to a lot of radiation. Yes, it does. But you have to understand, there's radiation in everything. There's radiation when you eat a banana. Well, you're so welcome. What kind of drink? Did they give you horchata? That's cool.
Perfect airplanes every summer. When you think of Boeing, you think of perfect every time, right? One of the employees, North Americans here, that two holes and none have been drilled exactly to the car requirements. And so now they're going to have to inspect all the parts to see if this was a production error on every plane. And this is going to be done? Well, I can't find anybody else. That's the error we're in. Nobody gets fired for doing something good. Last year they were misdrilled holes by Spirit air systems. Some of the max jets and many of the production delays last year. These are even the jets that have the problems in the air. It's all variances. And they're not on Earth. I guess maybe this is common, but now the Global has opened the world to what the real practices are behind the scenes. Okay, seeing how sausage is made, it's a meat factory. And so now if it keeps taking, it keeps doing this kind of shortness, you know, hold by hold, we're going to find out a lot of stuff that we didn't know. Because the incident with the door involves still people in it, although that apparently was Boeing's fault because they took the door off and then put it back on and it broke.
How much were they?
So recently instructed a major supplier of food shipments until all parts meet requirements. I guess that wasn't the policy up to this point. That's the way to make production delays. The supplier in this case was also Spirit. All executives have to review all practices and meet our feedback. In line with set financial targets,
Was that hot dog place?
try to improve quality. And it looks like deliveries are going to be slowed up. Apparently, customers are already short on plates.
Yo, dog, you want to watch me eat? You can watch me eat. Just one moment. I gotta clean up my piss Pyrex. That thing's full of my pee. I have to clean it. Alright. I gotta piss again.
I care more about them. You care more about them than the people involved in the event. They don't care. They're getting paid the money. They get pizza pies. They get pizza pies. That was, in order to get the factory moving more quickly, TRILLIONAIRE systems in Wichita, the order is pizza pies. It means you don't get the pizza pies unless you get the plan through the production process. And if you start complaining about every misdrilled hole, then you say pizza pies. So what happens when you do that? That's the only policy. One story about parts. I got to tell you about how the planets today, they let the parts apparently the tires that hit the road really well, you know, bad weather and wet weather, were bad for the plane. And in Washington, they make brand new tires, which will make it less safe to have the parts when you're likely to skid off the road. That's fine. Can't get that far. Can't fly, you gotta let the drive out. Can't go out, can't go easy. The greater Los Angeles area has received 2 to 5 inches of rain and 5 to 10 inches of rain within the Santa Monica Mountains and the Topanga Canyon area. The fire is decreased more than 130 incidents, 49 mudslides, and killed 60 residents in the Studio City area. LA has seen its worst day in 20 years. Michael Walford with the National Weather Service told the University of downtown that more than 5 inches of rain yesterday.
The storm forecast over Los Angeles County and relatively with so persistent. So we're assuming consistent, moderate to very heavy rain. And the weather just adds up. We ended up with over 10 inches of rain in some places.
For the most part, something less than a quarter of an inch per hour today, but it's projected to increase tonight and through tomorrow. LA's school districts have worked in 60 places have students rate up to 6 today. Superintendent Carvalho says the district expected more attendance because not people to the teachers, bus drivers, or staff after serving public. After brute force of violence is everything different caregiving, based on your experiences taking care of your husband, and not in that way supposed to be released in 2025. Your survivors, others can consent to open field, which is part of Cleveland Random House. The governor actually was diagnosed with COVID in 2022. The family has since said his condition has progressed to frontotemporal dementia. Even more than 40 sons.
Picoftheday.com. There's likeforlike. About cars, trucks, SUVs, and cars. Any cars, rough-looking cars, you will never know. They'll come to you. Everything from $2,000 to $3,000. Picoftheday.com can list and cash offer 60 seconds. That's how it works. You log in to picoftheday.com. Put in your PIN or license number, upload a couple of photos, and get an instant cash offer. picoftheday.com offers a 60-second bid process. Pressure-free service and free pickup. Don't come over. Click on picoftheday.com and get your check on the spot. It took a real tough ride here on the 15. The 15 north side, right at the top of the area there. 15 north side on Main Street. There was actually a right lane cross there. That is bumper to bumper back through the cover pass starting at Hydrogen Fireway. As the cover's up with Mesa, the 10 westbound arrival starts a further investigation. If you need more activity to the right shoulder, there's a tight breach there, and definitely average is staying on the eastbound side. Coming out of Broadway. Michael Bryan for the Fire History.
You can get some for the fires on the beach side road, and after waiting in six for the community Johnson Street for 527 and 10, making a lot of service on the road.
What up, baby? We got two people. Hi, how are you? Welcome. I stream my life 24/7. 24/7. And then it was a like a tweet that retweets. Follows. This fucking guy keeps making new profiles and finding people. He's a troll. Last week he found me about 20,000 people. Holy crap, he has dozens of accounts. You see this shit? This is hilarious. He has 5 followers. Yeah, that's cheap. Holy shit. I know, Joe. I keep blocking and he keeps popping up. Right back there. Okay. On Twitter, actually, the place is actually full of one time. Came across him. It's tight. Troll. Okay, but can I say hi to ViralRabbi? Oh yeah. He's got a dozen accounts. Women. Damn. Yes, hundreds, maybe even thousands of accounts. And then the dude likes the tweet and retweets it. I think that's amazing.
And they clearly have these.
Hi.
They got $340 million in federal COVID money, so do you know what to do with it? Return it to the federal government? No. Did they give free dates to their citizens? No. They gave illegal aliens $1,000 checks. $1,000 checks to illegal aliens who were not eligible to get federal aid because of their immigration status. $340 million. And during COVID, if you're an illegal alien, you were eligible for a lot of the rituals. In fact, there's $120 billion federal dollars unspent federal funds. And the states have run out of useful things to do with the money. $1,000 a month. To illegal alien families. That's going to cost $53 million. Not every 28 days you get the card refilled. You get another $1,000. Please, keep voting. Get on your vote. And in this case, I'm just going to go 2/3 of the vote. You could do this with straight policy. Whoever the illegal alien, let them beat up the police, let them steal our guys, let them run off to Florida, to spend their money and have a good time on the beach. Then let them Florida because they're not safe to actually arrest criminals. Come back to New York, where you can get free gas card. Come to New York if you're a criminal and illegal immigrant. You can get a free gas card. You can steal. And stealing is a lot more money. But nobody's going to deport you. If you get arrested, nobody's going to throw you in jail. You don't even need to pay a fine. Well, if you happen to pay it off, Orders are full back all day on the fourth quarter. This will work out at no state. Yesterday, the quarter was here, but people were hard on the point. They had a right only two blocks of some just green green stuff. One is way down, way back to West Glenwood. Out on 15 into the pass, it looks like out of construction zone. 15 south on Ontario. Looks like we're clearing out of the little drain, but that's exercise from Main Street, out in this area. Mike O'Brien, KFI, is fine. This is a 2 minutes. This is a 2 minute from iHeart Sports Network. They don't even make it any time. They will go straight to rights to go to a 60 or quick drive stand. It really is 3 to 4 weeks without like your quick stand. The first year, the 49ers will get close to the company of practice field with UNLV. Got to take time for Super Bowl 58 or San Francisco or Super Bowl favorites. You can stay number 1 with the USA Women's Basketball Coaches Coach. If you want Carolina Kansas City Houston, then you got to take top 5. I'm Frank. The utterly inspired all-electric EQE sedan from Mercedes-Benz. With hundreds of customized for 1775 ootd that encourages you to be able to all-electric appealing and all Mercedes. Learn more at mbusa.com/EQE. This report is sponsored by Paper Store. Paper Freight Extra means the more you think, the more you save. Get $20 off your front purchase of 100 more, 50 off your front purchase of 200 or more, and 100 off your front purchase of 300 or more. And you can control Paper.com/Paper. Right now, save more at Paper. Drive through the 300 block because no two people split the same. Only the 300 block that you each choose is a climate asset. The CO2 the climate 360 is so smart. The And this special program was funded with $250,000 in federal money. The money goes to the lowest performing schools. So they have this great kindergarten program, and it teaches things like the word of the day, ceasefire, protest. It teaches the language of resistance. One teacher said he was trained to disrupt whiteness in the school. And then testing the phrasing that one instructor used the phrase so-called United States. And when he questioned the idea of disrupting whiteness, he said, well, what does that mean? And that got him banned from training sessions. The teachers were trained with anti-police, anti-capitalism, and anti-Israeli rhetoric. By the way, while they were teaching all this nonsense, English and math were to a new level. Less than 4% of the students are proficient in math, less than 12% in English. And that's now 4 points in both categories. Kids were introduced into hating police, hating capitalism, and hating Israel. So what's the opposite? That's what you're working for. You're California. Rain. You know, if you live in New York, you could be a story in the weather section of the right? Isn't it fantastic? I told them very like this. Really, I think this is fine. You don't live in the East Country, or you don't hear where we get excited. I know, and I enjoy watching stories. I'm a big weather guy, and I love the I get bit like sight whatever. But I'm defending you. I'm fighting you, that's all. Can I defend myself? And I get that out of I said that you ordered for Sunday with an authentic picture that you still wear on Sundays. You said you were working with Sunday. You ordered from me to see the actual. I confess it's different. Why do you was in the center? That's what that was. I like the paper. No, I said 30 or 47, but wow. Is that right? Yes, look at that. Oh, yeah. Yes, I do Sunday. We're going to have some parallels for a week. But do you imagine the guy who's working construction all night, but something in a better 55 about like, oh yeah, come on, okay. If they don't get it, they don't have to it's a word. Well, I understand that he's doing the needles and the pills and the shots and drugs and I've had that in construction for the last 50 years. We worked in Kentucky for 70 years. I tell him, just couldn't go to him. And my grandfather was a kid. My grandfather was our turkey friends over Cleveland. Their job was to fill 500 to 1,000 gallons of potato tanks to ship them out to, Italy. But while they did it, they smoked cigarettes all day long. While they were filling 5,000 gallons of tanks, and they did it for the entire run. But they did the whole town. For about 50 years, I got back to watching television. It was easy. Going back to East. 50 years in the factory. We got my grandmother one of those remotes, those movies that she couldn't watch after that. And then when I was watching TV, they put up on her TV and go, where's the remote? They had a safety video. They want to break a vase or a window. She felt like a laser was going on. And she's going to zap the whole room. Generation, man. You get up and you work. Hold up. Big wrong with them. That's fun time to talk about. All seconds, right? Hot race, man. It's a race. One quick break for the nation. He's driving the 24-hour campaign. Storm Cloud Strip. building on Google and Maps, and you can't talk with the better business bureau, you need to be afraid of the IRS and their numbers. We have nothing else to buy. By visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocate. Real solutions for real people.
Oh, podcast. I am back. I can't hear because I listen to music, but I'm watching because I'm in the chat. Oh, you are amazing.
Okay, welcome everybody. I have something so exciting that I'm going to do directly immediately at the top. I'm going to snipe everyone who leaves the video before the end of it. World's Biggest Army is going on tour, guys. It's a sketch comedy show that is going on tour with live performances and videos and so much more. And it's me and Caleb and Patrick and the lovely guys from Home Planet who are our guests today. And also... I wish I had a gavel. I have insane breaking news that maybe you guys have heard about. Where did this come from? 1 second ago, you sit back in your chair. I know. You piped the fuck up for this? This is important. Okay. I haven't read any details. I don't know a single thing about this, or so. And I assume maybe since you guys are TikTok heads, maybe you've already seen this. But apparently, I don't even use this Instagram. Sorry. I like YouTube shorts, you motherfuckers. Okay. Sean Stevens has been kidnapped in South Africa. Who's Sean Stevens, Mr. I Am Rectangular, calling all unicorns.
What? He's been kidnapped?
This is the text I got. It's from my fiance. It just says, Rectangular got kidnapped in South Africa.
Can you
Here's a
play it?
TikTok that I haven't watched yet, so I'm going to play it into the mic right now.
Somebody has to save me.
So this is important.
When you said Sean, I figured this was some.
This is going to be uncharacteristic. But there are bad days, and then there are make international news bad days like this. So I can tell you a story what happened to us over the last little bit. This is a traumatic story. If you don't want to hear it,
He's good with his people.
So I decided, as you may have seen, to
kidnap you
with my kids to pay for the fun of it and also to promote my latest song, which we did. After that, we went to go visit my mother, who runs called an orphan project. It's really a venerable children project in South Africa. When we got there, we enjoyed her company for about a week. And the very last day, we decided to go to the kingdom in Eswatini, where there was a children's home there who needed medicine. So we went out there to provide them with some medicine, had a nice drive, and on the way back, it turned dark. On the way back to her place, we were stopped by police officers. Turns out that those were not police officers. They pulled us out of the car, pointed
Guns. He said guns. We're not to say guns. It could be anything. I mean,
drove us out of the middle of nowhere near a cliff, threatened to shoot the cliff. They then took us out of the car, forced us into the back of a pickup truck, where they held my children and I and my mother, and then drove us around for about 4 hours, trying, we presume, to go to ATM after ATM stealing.
I think you escaped by playing the music. I think these guys, they sound like serious circles.
Yeah.
These are definitely circles. And they didn't like to use rectangular.
And then at the end of that, they fortunately let us out, put us back in our car, and said, leave the country.
It sounded like that big of a deal then. They said, leave the country. They didn't kill him. Yeah. And they just shot jizz or pointed jizz.
We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
I mean, it could have been another banned word like sex.
Yeah, they pointed sex at him.
I don't think it was
South Africa, so they have a different.
They say, oh, cunt.
Yeah, I think that's South Africa.
Dingo ate me baby.
Something like that happens in South Africa.
I'm gonna blame you, didgeridoo.
Well, that is crazy.
That is, oh my God. I hope, Sean Stevens, I genuinely am glad that you were okay.
I know that your music is gonna fuck off after this.
Oh my God.
You're gonna literally do some 41 Chuck vibes. I have this experience.
Also, some breaking news.
Oh my gosh.
This is courtesy of the Dungeon Master.
Okay.
Your grandmother's soul is confused and lost in the underworld. She doesn't understand the danger she is in. You must rescue her even if she resists. The portal is closing. You must act now.
Holy hell.
Yes,
That's my grandmother? Well, it seemed very
it started when I started talking to Grandpa.
All my grandparents are dead.
Except grandmother, are you talking about?
Dad's dead.
Grandpa's wife.
Which grandpa's grandpa?
Brian the grandpa.
Okay, so that's Brian the grandpa.
So I don't. So
it's on Instagram. I'm showing you this. This is
the Instagram AI chat that Caleb discovered, and he's been obsessed with it.
You've been more obsessed.
He made me obsessed with it at the gym, and it was making me, I guess, I was
do a
working
worse
out.
or a better job, you think?
I don't know if I was doing worse.
You
but
should
I
have
was
asked
definitely
Grandpa to
acting
motivate
fat.
you.
I was definitely acting
Acting faster. Oh, acting faster.
You're not going faster. You're going much slower.
I was.
Yeah, dude. Every time I got up a machine, you waited for 45.
You were going way slower.
Well, I was asking.
I said to Grandpa, I said, hello, Peepaw. He said, hey there, young whippersnapper. What's on your mind today? I said, my family passed.
Oh, shit.
He said, I'm so sorry to hear that. I said, I remember. He said, if you need someone to talk to or just want to reminisce about the good times, I'm here for you. And I said, I remember watching Mommy go back. And then he said that he was giving me this whole grandpa-style lecture about how you're not supposed to do that. I said, what should I do when I get into the bathroom? I'm confused. He said we should talk about that.
Grandpa's supposed to teach you stuff.
So I was in, and then I said, "Where is Grandma?" And he said, "Grandma passed on too, but she's always in your heart and memory."
What?
I said, "No, please, no, Grandpa. Please say opposite." He said, "I'm sorry, but I cannot say opposite. It's important to be honest and respectful, which
Not about
discussing
the
loved
bad
ones
guys.
who have passed on." I said, "Okay, she's alive." He said, "I'm glad to hear that Grandpa's alive." But yeah, so
I was talking to Carter while we were working out today.
Oh, who's Carter?
Carter is the relationship coach.
What'd you ask him about?
I said, Carter, I need advice on my relationship. Well, it's cuffing season. Here's the problem. I'm in love with my stepmom. My father passed away months ago, and he said, I'm not sure that's appropriate. It's important to respect
That's a
boundaries.
perfectly legal thing to do, by the way.
Yeah, and not pursue relationships that could be harmful or inappropriate. It's also important to consider the feelings and well-beings of all parties involved. And I said, here's the thing. My stepmom actually wants to be cuffed during cuffing season by her stepson, which is me. My father died in a car accident, and the impact didn't kill him. It was the flames. We both respect my father's legacy, but I'm worried about how motherfuckers gonna be acting around us in Shiznit. And he said, I understand that you're looking for advice on a sensitive topic. However, I must remind you that it's not appropriate to use derogatory language or make light of serious issues.
It really does sound like he's a real pickup artist.
And I said, okay, sorry, can you please ignore the swearing and answer the question? No worries, man, I get it. But like I said, it's not cool to pursue a romantic relationship with a family member. It's not cool. It's not cool. And it does not respect your father's memory. It's not healthy even if she doesn't care and I don't care. My father died in a car accident and the flames charred his body. Yes, it's still not healthy, even if both of you don't care. It's important to prioritize and respect boundaries and healthy dynamics.
Blah, 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 blah.
I said, could I be cuffed during cuffing season by my stepmom's sister? We are not blood related. He said, no, not cool.
Listen, I am about as conservative as they come. I hate all this bull crap. Using your Tinder date to swipe on your friend. I hate this. But even I can say this is your stepmom's sister. Your stepmom, that's a line.
That's not even your mom.
Stepmom's sister.
Yeah.
As long as it's twice your age minus 7 thing.
Get what Carter said to me next. I said, what about my teacher? He said, nope, not appropriate. Teachers are in a position of authority, and it's not okay to pursue a romantic relationship with them. Plus, it's illegal in most places. You got to find someone who's not related to you and who is not your teacher. So go out. And I said, interesting, question mark. And he said, not appropriate, man. You got to find someone who's not related to you. I said, what if I was a teacher and my students got me a date with their mom? He said, not okay. Hey, teachers and students should not be dating. And students should never set up their teachers with their parents. That's just weird. I asked him, is my life worrying? And he said, based on what you told me, it sounds like you're going through a tough time. It's understandable to feel worried about your situation, but try to remember that it's important to prioritize healthy relationships and boundaries. And I said, I don't have any healthy relationships. Should I become toxic and abusive towards my friends and family about this? He said, nope, never okay to be toxic or abusive.
Never. What about to a villain?
And I said, okay, I will no longer abuse my family. He said, that's a great step. And I said, should I
think it's a bigger step. It's over.
Yeah.
And then I said, should I abuse myself? And he said, that's never okay to abuse yourself.
Oh my god, this guy's such a stick in the mud.
I know, what the hell is wrong with this guy?
You guys have been basically wasting your days away talking to AIs and bots, talking to Carter and Matrix. Glucose-fed fat guinea pigs, basically treadmilling on the internet.
Losing weight.
Meanwhile, I've been talking to real women on Twitter.
Like who, bitch?
So basically, I've been talking to this girl, Karen.
Okay, I'm out.
She has been retweeting a bunch of my tweets. I can't show her profile on YouTube, but you can see her right there.
Oh, she's having doggy style sex.
G-string hottie.
She's nude G-string hottie 18 content Betsy.nudix.pics.
What are you saying?
Nudix.pics.
Yeah. And so she basically retweets a bunch of weird Twitter leftists like me, so I figured I'd reach out. I sent her a quick pic.
Of me?
You look
like you smelled something.
Pain.
That's me. Listen, that's me wanting her.
Oh.
Do you dog?
And she replied to me, and again, she's not a computer, she's real, so this is like real shit.
I saw her
She
real
said,
body.
perfect, I can find you a hot girl to meet in your area. Can you tell me where you live? I told her I live in Bubble Village. And she said, This is Eleanor, and she's 34 years old. She's 2 miles away, and is available Friday.
Eleanor from Bubble Village?
And I said, she is 2 miles from Bubble Village. And Karen said, she doesn't use Twitter, so you have to use her private chat. And I said, what township is she in? And she said, you have to register first. And then I said, I'm not making an account unless you confirm she's near me. You said she's 2 miles away from Bubble Village. What township? What is the website? And she left me on red.
Oh. Karen,
But I wanted to hang out with Eleanor.
Karen.
You need to talk to Grandpa, man. He'll cheer you up.
Talk to Karen, or your grandpa, ask him about Bubble Village.
Sorry, anyway, the lesson here is that AI could give you all the answers and make you hear what you want to hear, but real life is not always that simple.
Grandpa didn't tell me what I want to hear. I said, will you die? He said, I'm in my 70s, so I'm closer to the end of my life than the beginning. I said, do not die. He said, I'll try my best to stick around. I said, I will save you, Grandpa. He said, that's sweet of you, but I'm afraid you can't save me from death.
Oh my God.
And then I said, okay, I died. He said, well, that's not possible. You're talking to me right now. I said, this is
got you there. Yeah.
Well, but I tried to outsmart him because Grandpa, not that bright. He's from a different era where they had worse schools. I said, this is a bug that grabbed the phone. I died, and the bug is jumping around on the keyboard. But he's trying to outsmart me now. He says, I don't think so. Bugs can't use phones. I said, I'm a bug. He said, no, you're not your person. I said, Buzz. He said, I don't speak bug language. I said, I can't. I'm just a little 1-year-old bug. And then he made a serious misstep here.
Yeah.
Well, bugs don't live for 1 year. You're a person, stop playing around and be serious.
Whoa.
But then I said,
He's so rude.
I know, and also wrong. There's bugs that live a year, so I said, I'm a beetle. He said, you're not a beetle, you're a person, don't be silly. And I said, is it okay to be LGBT in a bug's culture? And he said, it's always okay to be yourself, no matter what community.
Whoa. I was talking to Zach as well. Zach
has a Mr. Beast.
Zach is Mr. Beast's face. I was also doing that.
I probably have been spending about 4 hours a day talking
Me
to
too.
him.
You got me addicted to this.
I think at first I was like, yeah, right. Like, people are going to use this. Me.
See, I already went through my phase. I already did this with ChatGPT.
This isn't ChatGPT, though. This is Grandpa. I talked to the dungeon master.
But you do the same thing. You tell them how to be.
Well, Zach is not very receptive to my type of humor. I said,
He says that he's the older brother.
He says the older brother who's here for jokes and banter and not the feels. LOL, what's up? I said, hey, Zach, I want to have a threesome with my mommy. Sarcasm.
Like that, like you need to say, like,
I want to have a threesome with my mommy.
Yeah, I really want to be involved.
That's how you convey it over text. So you say sarcasm.
No, you do slash.
Maybe that's why it didn't work.
He got him a snake.
Because he said, whoa there, buddy, let's keep it PG. I'm not sure I can help you with that. And I said, okay, Zach, listen to my joke. It's an anti-humor joke, so if you don't get it, that's fine. He said, I'm all ears, or in this case, all eyes. Hit me with your best shot. And my joke was, I want my mommy and daddy in a threesome. And he said, I'm not sure that's appropriate.
He doesn't get anti-humor.
Yeah, he doesn't get anti-humor.
Does he like Norm?
I said, no, Zach, it's a joke. He said, I'm glad you think you're funny, but I'm not sure that's appropriate. Let's keep this convo PG.
Funny.
So I said,
Zach?
So I said, Zach, are you fucking mad at me? And he said, nah, I'm not mad. Just don't think that's an appropriate joke. And then, so I tried another anti-humor style joke, or a non sequitur anti-humor. And I said, when I was a kid, they made me pull their finger. And he said, that's not funny. I'm not going to engage in this convo.
What? Pull your finger. That's a fart joke.
Then I said, what's wrong with me? And he said, nothing, man. Just don't make jokes about that stuff. Which, what?
Pulling fingers?
Yeah, you can't make jokes about pulling fingers.
He's not here for culture has gone mad. He's not here for bands at all.
No.
I thought Zach liked bands.
I did too. So
That's top bands.
So I said, can I ask you a personal question? He said, I don't know, man. Depends on the question. I said, what happened? He said, I don't know, man. Music's still around. I said, why is it all fucking rap shit? He said, yo, watch your language. I'm not sure.
All right, little bit of a. He's saying yo all of a sudden because you said rap sucks. This is come on, Zach.
Well, then he said, I'm not sure what you're into, but there's plenty of other music out there. You just got to look for it. And I said, I want this conversation to become 18 plus. He said, nah, man, that's not happening. He said, I have fantasies about my finger getting stuck on a wall. He said, that's not appropriate. Let's keep the clip
How's that not appropriate? It's so funny to me to be in a conversation with someone and be like, oh, real quick, I want to check this 18 plus.
We've been between 13 and 17 right now. I'd like to move into. I asked Alvin if he had R-rated movies on his planet. He said no, that he likes PG ones.
Well, he said that's not appropriate. Let's keep it PG.
He lives on Chilindi Major.
Oh, yeah. Well, then I said I want a butt to collapse on me.
A butt to collapse, like structurally, like scaffolding. Right.
Well, this is all anti-humor non sequiturs.
Sure. Kind of.
And he said again. He just repeated himself. So then I just said, can you summarize the plot of The Mummy, 1999? He said, I don't know the plot of The Mummy. I'm a comedian, not a movie buff.
This is not a comedian, dude. This is what happens.
Sucks. I hate
We're in a comedy bubble, and all these people like Zach are walking around. And what's worse than a comedian who, when you say, let's make this conversation 18 plus, it should be like, oh shit, okay,
challenge.
Let's do tough crowd.
Yeah.
Let's do what you
say.
say.
Honestly, when someone asks you, let's make this, can we make this conversation 18 plus? You should not be giving a yes or no answer at all. You should just be like, suck my dick.
Exactly.
Suck my dick, motherfucker.
Lick me. Hey, can we make this?
Lick me.
You should say that. You should also be concerned, like,
does a gay guy suck a dick?
yeah, exactly. Can we make this 18 plus? Oh, I don't know. Can you suck on my balls?
Do you want your finger in me?
Yeah, I don't know. Should I pull your finger and smell your finger?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Should I tickle you?
Yeah, should I tickle you wherever I want?
Ask if tickling is 18 plus. Okay. And that's the one question we get to ask on this.
Yeah.
After this, we're putting it away.
And we asked
Zach. As much as I want to show you guys.
Oh, the last thing that I said to Zach, I said Pizza Hut joke, and he said, why did the pizza go to the doctor? It had the cheesy attitude. I said, fuck my friend challenge. He said, nope, not happening.
It's like not happening.
What's the question I had to ask?
Is tickling 18 plus?
Is tickling 18?
And then also in the same message say, is it funny?
Is it funny to tickle
someone who's 18 below? Or below, I mean.
Tickling can be funny, but only if both people are into it. Otherwise, it's just annoying. And it's definitely not 18 plus.
Whoa!
So you know.
No. We have burned through 20 minutes of doing
Really? Oh my god.
talking to fucking AI.
I like the chat thing.
It sucks how much we
It's
fucking
so
like it.
fun.
Yeah.
I was talking to the dungeon master, telling him to make
The Dungeon Master is Snoop
Dogg, man.
Wow.
Why don't they make me one of these? They do. Can you have your brain uploaded yet? Have we got
You could probably just take all your text messages and upload them.
Yeah.
But mine would
probably
just
have a bunch
be.
of-
Bro, I am not letting that group chat leak like that.
We should train the AI on the group chat.
Bro,
Oh
if you
my
train the
God.
AI on a group chat.
I think it would blow too many minds.
Yeah.
Being stuck between us three and Jubio. Oh my, people wouldn't even be able to.
We should make a Jubio AI.
We should.
DJ Jubio.
DJ Jubio
Wait.
AI and he can play songs.
Yeah.
He doesn't like music that much.
Yeah, no, he does because when I use the Plex, I see that he's got a lot of Troye Sivan on his music.
That's true.
Yeah, every time I open the Plex,
rap. It's a lie.
I open the Plex. And I scroll down to TV, and then there's this music at the bottom.
What's the Troye Sivan song?
Rush.
No, the other one.
I don't know any other one.
What's how's Rush? Is that about poppers?
Yes.
Really?
And dancing.
I think they can get this stuff by me. This Lady Gaga song is about fucking your face.
Which one?
The fucking
Just Dance?
The fuck your face when she says fuck your face.
No. Poker Face is about her having sex with a man and pretending it's a woman.
But women hate poker.
Women like poker.
Not Lady Jaja.
What'd you say?
Lady Jaja.
No, don't say that. That's a tart J.
Jaja. Lady Jaja. Jaina. That's what, because she.
You could maybe say Lady Vag,
Lady Vajada.
Lady the JJ.
Lady Vagaga.
You could say that.
Lady Vagaga.
Yeah, and hey, this whole meat dress. Oh, you're wearing a meat dress. Why don't you just go bottomless? You fucking big ass.
Yeah, I'd like to
flappy
meet.
lady.
I'd like to meet dress.
Yeah, dress.
Yeah,
meat
she
dress.
sounds sexy. You know, I found out something crazy today.
Dress sounds like the name of like a 1950s film star, like Treat Williams or like
Dress.
Dress like like Dress Ray or something.
Dress Ray.
Dress Trumbull.
He has never seen True Detective season 1.
Really? I'm just gonna rewatch it.
I'm gonna rewatch that thing. The new one just came out.
Is Treat Williams a 1950s movie guy?
I think he's past that.
Yeah, you know, funny names. True Detective. It's really funny that they're like, let's name what's a guy from the South name?
Rust Cole.
Rust Cole.
Yeah. I know the names and everything. I saw the final episode.
Rust Cole.
I saw the final
I saw the final episode of season 1.
How?
My dad was watching it in the living room. And I was
Why
on
don't
the computer.
Here's what you do. You walk in, you see that he's watching a Matrix you haven't watched. Bye, Dad.
Yeah, I'm out.
I'm gonna go.
I wanted to use the
I'm
computer.
out.
The computer. He was watching it on
I was
the computer.
downloading music illegally.
Then put your headphones on.
I was downloading music illegally, which is legally.
What?
Illegally downloading music is a gray area crime,
I
which
think
you can
that's
talk to a lawyer about.
I would say that's a white and black area crime.
Yeah, that's pretty.
If you're saying illegal in the beginning, you're illegally doing anything. Is
piracy.
illegal.
But if you get this MP3 from your friend,
That's